Hello, everyone. Good evening. Hope y'all had a good weekend. Hey, Shane.
How you doing?
Okay, I guess. Um, yeah, I saw at Liberty Warrior that Dave Snedeker's father passed away. So y'all keep that family in prayer. I think
Hey,
that,
Cindy. Hey, Jen.
yeah, Patrick Kelly, 1A, Linda. It's good to see all of y'all.
Yeah, everybody in chat. Hello. I can't say hi to everybody. I'm sorry. There's only one of me, and there's lots of y'all.
Hey, Deb. Good to see you.
Crystal. So,
Crystal. Anna
Miss
Marie.
Bonnie, I missed your. I missed your. What's it, what the title was? I missed it, so I apologize.
It is restoration number 1.
Restoration. Now, what do you want to restore?
What do you think?
Good question.
We need to restore this world that has been messed up.
Yes, we
And
do. That is a fact.
so the first part of that is self. Well,
Dorinda. Okay, I get it.
what?
She says, the world, Shane. Yes, we do. We've got to restore it.
God, Creator, Jesus,
Uh,
self.
Bonnie, you may have somebody backstage.
Oh, I have a couple of somebody's backstage. Okay, but um, I want to talk, just so y'all know. Hello, Crystal.
Keep on knocking, but I can't get in.
Hello,
Oh
Jason.
my gosh! Wow, my
Oh
microphone's
my
up
God.
loud tonight. Hey, what's up? How's it going there, Shane?
Oh
How you
my.
doing, Bonnie? How's everybody's night going? How you doing, Crystal?
Well, it
Yeah.
was going good.
Yeah.
It was going good. That's
Yeah.
good. How you doing, Shane?
I don't know.
Um,
I did. Whoops, sorry.
Good
Go
to
ahead,
see you,
Jane.
Shane. Good to see you, Bonnie.
all I was going to say is I'm peachy.
You're
Well,
peachy.
I
Well,
had
I'm
to
doing
take.
good. We got 40-mile-an-hour winds here, and like
Oh my
rain and
God, you
wind
won't let nobody else
and
talk.
thunder and stuff. So, but it's still a good day. It's just a lot of wind and rain and thunder and lightning. So, and
Um,
power outages too. Close
Jason,
by.
can somebody else talk besides you?
I was just saying that we got a lot of power outages close by. That's what I was saying. Sorry, I wasn't like trying to interrupt though.
Yeah, I had to take something for pain late last night, and I did not wake up to 8 o'clock this evening, and I thought it was 8 o'clock this morning, and it wasn't. And I think I fell asleep on rescues live chat, and I was on panel.
Been
How you doing,
there.
Dorinda? How you doing,
Hello.
Dorinda?
Hi,
Well,
Hey,
at
Dorinda.
least you
Dorinda,
got a good sleep, Crystal.
Yes.
too much.
Yeah.
Mm.
But I took my nighttime medicine, which helps me to sleep because I got insomnia. And then I got a patch that I can put in my mouth, and it dissolves and it helps me with pain some. And I did it like at 1 o'clock in the morning, and dang it.
Mm.
Okay, are y'all done chatting back and forth?
So basically, you slept 18 hours almost. Well, yeah,
Nope,
not 18, pretty close. Oh, that's a lot of sleep.
not done.
Yeah,
I know, Bonnie, it
but
wasn't good.
I think it's
I love y'all. But
No, I'm sorry, Crystal. I wasn't trying to interrupt. I didn't even. Yeah, I didn't. I'm sorry. I was just trying to tell you about the winds and the rain and the lightning.
Well, Bonnie's trying to talk right now. She asked if we were done chatting.
Oh,
well, I just want to explain some things to y'all. And it's my opinion. This is not in any book. Well, okay, some of it is, but it's just I've been seeing a lot of discussions, hearing a lot of discussions, not seeing. And I know that Crystal, you have been in on some of them, so you know what's going on. And I think even Jason has. Haven't seen Dorinda on any of those panels. But hey, all y'all in chat. Hope I don't bore you to death, but I'll just tell you what this restoration part 1 is, and then we can talk about that or whatever y'all want to talk about. It's just I'm gonna keep going every night of the week, 2, 3, 4, because it's gonna take all of us. It is just gonna take all of us to get everything right. And what is right? Good question. But the first thing is yourself. And loving yourself, forgiving yourself. And not like self-righteousness and arrogant, but like self-care, eating, sleeping, hygiene, exercise, alone time, those things, right?
Yep.
Okay. And then
yep.
First Peter. I can't remember, chapter 4, I think. I didn't write it down. Wow. Okay. Never mind about that. Okay.
Sorry, Bonnie.
I know. I am a basket case. I don't know if y'all were over at Liberty Warrior, but whew. And I'm asking my mods, please. I'm sorry, and you got a job ahead of you, I'm telling you.
Oh, yeah.
It's been a crazy time on YouTube for the past bunch of days. And yeah, you're the first one. Thank you.
Hey, John. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, it's crazy, Bonnie. This people coming in and making all kind of trouble. It's got to stop.
Well, and it's the it's sad. It's the children that don't have a life and that would love to see everybody else is miserable. But hey, guess what? My life isn't going to be miserable because of your little words. It's
Amen.
not going to happen.
Well, they always say misery loves company.
Well,
Yeah, misery can stay on the other side of the damn street.
Whoops. I have no problem removing misery. So, hey, John. I'm glad to see you.
Hello, cat without the hat.
Yeah, Bonnie removes me every chance she gets. I just keep bouncing back.
Love you, Shane.
Well, evidently she loves you and likes you. She keeps on popping you back up here.
Hey, Shane, it was good seeing you on Liberty Warriors today in the chat. I saw you down there.
Well, I was going to get on a panel, and I was not invited.
It would have been good to see you on panel.
Hey, Victor.
Why
That was
wasn't you
a
invited?
good conversation.
Oh, it was great. It was a great conversation. I'd like to have got involved and just ask some questions.
What are y'all
I'm
talking
not
about?
saying the guy's wrong or right. I'm just wanting to ask some questions. And
I didn't watch it. I
Chat
have to
was
go
really
back.
weird though. Chat was really weird.
oh yeah, we've got a bunch of boneheads in there. That
Children,
yes,
just
we got,
Moron.
Yep. Yep.
Well,
yeah, we got a bunch of
like
children in there.
they'd put a comment and then they'd delete the comment and then they'd put a comment and they'd delete a comment. Like, why bother saying anything if you're just gonna delete the crap?
Well, if you go back at them and stuff, that's exactly what they want. That's exactly
Well,
what they want.
never said
but
a
let me
word to
tell you
any
how
of
to
them.
solve that. You know how we solve
Pardon?
that?
How?
We don't give it any attention.
Well,
Let it go.
no,
Exactly,
it was just it was
Let it go.
kind of, as a person in chat, I don't know about anybody else, but I read all the damn comments. And if they're there a second and you happen to blink and you're halfway through a comment and then it disappears, you're like, well, what the hell
Yeah.
was he saying? So you're sitting there and you're wondering what the person's saying, and you go to the next one and the same thing happens. And the same person did it about 15 times. I said, okay, well, from that person, I'm ignoring him now.
Yeah.
There is
Yeah,
one in here. There's already one in here. It
Yeah,
says,
I'm trying to get him.
yeah.
I'm just
It's
behind in
gone.
chat.
It's
OORAA.
gone.
Oh.
Okay,
Got it.
John,
okay,
John,
thank you.
good to see you, man.
My
Hope
chat
you're
is
doing better.
behind.
Oh Lord.
Hello,
Hello,
Kentucky
Ken. Hello,
Patriot.
discernment. Hello,
Don't we got
Victor.
enough?
I
Don't
I
we got
agree with that,
enough
Kentucky Patriot.
stuff going on without all this going on at the same time?
It doesn't matter. Do you see Kentucky Patriots comment? The more our
Yeah,
enemy
I
loses, the more
I said I
they
agree with it.
stop.
I agree with that
Hoorah.
100%.
Yes.
Victor, how you
And
doing?
so that's how we fight it. Just don't give it the attention. They don't deserve it. Just
Exactly.
okay. So I'm gonna read something to y'all.
Okay.
The process of replacing or bringing back to normal something that got bad along the line. God promises to restore with love and abundance. And this one is Isaiah 44:3. God is the refresher and provides nourishment by pouring out his spirit on us. The Holy Spirit is able to fill up our hungry and dry hearts. When our souls are refreshed, it's like water is being poured onto a thirsty land. Amen.
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 And
Amen. Amen.
I will not
that's it.
disagree with that.
Hey Jason, I'm fixing to get a kitten the same color of the kitten on your screen.
Hi, Jim.
Oh, okay. Oh, well,
Discernment
yeah, I can't.
files.
I can't have a kitten. I wish I could, but I'm glad that you're getting a kitten, but I can't have one. I wish I had one.
Already
They cost
got
$400 here where I live for a kitten, and then $300 for. I mean, $300 for a kitten, $400 for a dog. But anyways, I
were
live in an
you
apartment.
done
So that's
speaking,
fine.
Bonnie?
Oh, sorry, Bonnie. Sorry, Bonnie. But yeah, I'm glad you're getting a kitten. That's cool.
Yes, Shane.
I was just wanting to answer something in the chat. Discernment files, not that I know of. So I couldn't answer that if I've been thrown out of Liberty Warrior or not. I don't think I have been. Me and him have talked. I don't think so. I don't think he'd do that to me.
No, no, Mike ain't like that.
No, he is not.
No, he's
I
a
just-
sweet man.
Me and him, we've had discussions, and it's just he's got to get, and he gets people on, and I'm not going to go up there and interrupt it because now, unless he asks me to, because if it's a discussion he don't know much anything about, he'll ask me to come up, and he didn't tonight, which is fine. I don't mind.
Right.
So there's times I'm not up there, guys, that it's still good. I'm still in the chat. I'm still in there. I'll shoot him a text, and some of the questions he asked was what I shot him. So it's one of those deals that we have a little different situation when he's got a special guest on, especially the first time they've ever been on. And he knows that I have issues. I don't need to be up on the panel.
You don't need all that stress.
Rupert, whoever you are, does Shane stay drunk? Well, that's a good question. That's a good question.
What's any business of yours anyway? Does it affect you?
And here's the deal.
No.
If I'm slurring my words, someone tell me.
Shame.
No, my
it's
S is
part
a
of the children.
Nope.
It's part of the
I
children.
know.
Let it go.
But if
Quit reading
it's my
chat.
if it's my S's, I've always had problems with my S's. Not my asses, but my S's. And so, it's one of those deals that if people don't like it, stay the hell away from me. Quit following.
Well, Shane, I don't understand why it's any of their damn business anyway. It don't affect their life. And if they don't like hearing it, go some damn where else.
Well, and here's the thing. Half of them are probably sitting there drinking a beer or some whiskey, shooting their damn mouth off in the text. And it's like, or smoking a hooter or whatever they're doing. I don't care. It ain't none of my business what you do behind closed doors. But, so be careful of who you judge.
Yep. Right.
Because it may not be the person.
Well, you know what? If I could drink alcohol, I'd probably be drinking right now. We are in a war. People need to understand. It's not going to get easier. It's probably going to get worse. And y'all got to be prepared. And I mean mentally, spiritually,
Yep.
whatever way you need to prepare. Because, okay, I'll go there. This is what is coming in. I can't wait to hit your butt. Thank you. Okay.
You talking about me?
No, I need to quit reading chat too. I'm going to let the mods take care of it because they're doing a really good job. But dadgummit, I can't leave
Shane,
the kids alone. Okay.
People, you got to remember this too. When you're pointing fingers, you got a finger point back at you. Most of the time, what you're doing is the same. What somebody else is doing is the same thing you're doing. Sorry. Go ahead, Bonnie.
I'm looking.
Well, and you gotta remember. Sometimes you got to.
Rob P. That's not your business. Rob P. Anyways.
Sometimes you got to go
No more
over
reading
and,
chat.
sometimes you got to go over and look in the mirror, point the finger, and see who's looking back at that finger, and that changes the whole situation. But a lot of people don't do that because they're so busy trying to accuse somebody else to take away their issues. And it never helps. It just adds to their aggravation, and I did that for
Yeah.
a lot of years, and that's how I know that it's. I'm gonna tell you,
Well, I'll
it
tell
can
you
beat
this.
you up.
Yeah. Well, I've always heard the saying, clean around your own doorstep where you try to come clean around mine.
Well, and that's the same thing I used to say is if I can't clean up my backyard, why in the hell do you want me to come clean up yours? Because I
Exactly.
can't even do now. And that's the whole thing. So Bonnie, I am sorry. Go ahead. Go back to your stuff.
Okay. The first war that I see firsthand right here is the border.
Well, I just
What
wanted
did,
to say that I just want to say that I don't know anybody in chat, but I love everyone. I just thought I'd say I love everyone.
what did I say today, Shane? 93 million 93 million lethal doses of fentanyl confiscated so far. 93 million. Um,
And that's
I
about 2/3 of what was last year already.
mhm. And about 8,000 felony arrests that have already committed felonies here in the United States
I thought it
from
was
what
like
is coming.
I thought you said like 10,000.
It may have been.
Yeah, I think you said 10,000.
And I can't remember what the other thing was, and I thought I screenshotted it and I didn't. And
So Bonnie, I have
then,
a question. Is it just me, or is chat just getting weird tonight? Because I'll be honest, every time I've been to your stream, I've never seen any of these people. They're all trolls, most of them.
well,
80% of these
Jason,
people are trolls.
how about you
They're
go
all
into
weird.
chat?
I've never seen any of these. One of them says something about Mike. I've never seen any of these people in chat ever.
Jason, I already said we're not giving them any attention. Do you want to go into chat and you can sit there and talk to them and find out?
No. I love them all. I just don't know. I just never seen them before.
Okay.
Got scolded. I know, Jason, I get scolded. Me and Bonnie was talking earlier today on a private, and I got scolded twice. Yeah.
I love
Yeah.
y'all.
Yeah, she's
It's
I
out
want
of
to
love.
tell you, she is different than when we first met her. We first met her, she is just this little, you could barely hear her, you could barely, you know. And now she has, I don't know, I think
Come out of
her,
her shell.
yeah, her nutsack dropped or something because
Hey, Coffee.
she is, I'm going to tell you, she is exactly where she needs to be. She runs a channel. This is her channel. And I'm going to tell you, if I'm in here, you will not disrespect her. And if you do,
Amen.
I will say, Bonnie, that's enough. Boot him. I will not tolerate that whatsoever. So if anybody's wondering if they want to come up and they want to disrespect Bonnie, you better be
luck.
careful. You
Good luck.
better. Because now you got two of us on you. You
Got
will
a
not
bunch
Yes,
on you.
disrespect
Kentucky
Bonnie.
Patriot. I've been
Hey,
doing
put me
that.
in that. Yeah, put me in that category too. Go ahead, Dorinda.
Bonnie is
Do you see-
blossoming
Yes.
into the person she is supposed to be.
Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Hey, Pappy Two Bears. Good
Hello,
to see you. Maybe
There's a lot of
Pappy can calm me down. But do you see Pappy's comment? Now there's a new drug 20 times more potent than fentanyl being found in the U.S. recently. And Narcan may not work with it either.
Dang.
Guess what that means?
More people's gonna die.
Yeah.
The weed, it don't bother me, but the other drugs that are mixed with stuff, that's what bothers me.
Well, and that's just
I know
it. If you're
what-
getting street drugs, any kind of street drugs, you don't know what's in it. You don't even know
No.
what's in prescribed drugs. But when you get a street drug, they can put anything they want to in there.
Well, see, the person I get mine from, I've known for a long time, and the other person is my best friend.
I wouldn't. I still wouldn't. Yes, Shane.
Yeah, I've heard of now, and I was actually kind of a witness to one of it, but I've heard of even marijuana being laced with certain things like what is that? It's YK or K2 or something like that. But anyway, yeah, and one of the guys I grew up with, when he was in jail, he kept bumming cigarettes from these colored fellers, and they put a whole stick of K2 in
I don't
his
know what
cigarette.
that is.
It's I don't know what it's a synthetic something, but they put a whole stick in there 2 months before he got out of jail. His mom went and seen him. Everybody was up there. We all seen him, and he was doing great. He was ready to get out. He was ready to start a new life. 2 months later, he is so jacked up when he got out. His mind will never recover. They said he may not make it because of that crap.
Oh my goodness.
And I'm going to tell you now, he's still alive, but and this is.
Hey, Liz. I know you're pooped, but it's busy here too.
Yeah, they can lace anything. You got to be very careful of anything you do. If it ain't, even if it's that's like a beer can. Just because you pop the top and you're the only one that's touched that, doesn't mean that's safe. I know. I got spiked once.
Right, A1.
So it's one of those deals.
Her and her steak sauce.
A1 steak sauce? No.
Crystal's always calling him A1. It's 1A.
And I'm looking straight at it. That's even worse.
Yeah,
yes, it is.
You gotta be careful anymore. If you're taking anything that is not from a grocery store or
hey, D-Dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, D-Dog's in here. But anyway, I'll shut up. I was just like, yeah, I've seen some crap that you wouldn't believe. So you got to be very careful. And this crap that's coming up from the southern border it's being shipped in on purpose, guys. You got to remember that.
Of course.
It's being shipped in on purpose. It's probably ordered and paid for. And
probably.
It probably
he's
is.
The biggest taunt. What
did
did I see? He didn't say Florida. Where did I see somebody somewhere said, oh gosh, what was it? Oh yeah, somebody was saying that free crack pipes. Where did I see that today?
Biden was sending out free crack pipes. Yes.
Oh yeah, Biden was. I think he was
What?
just, I think Biden was just trying to get his son some free crack pipes because he was. Yeah, there's
Ain't got no
certain
more
places
money.
you can get free crack pipes, and I'm thinking, I want to tell you, crack pipe. That makes you think like you're going to smoke something out of somebody's ass. And I'm sorry, I'm just
Well,
not.
Shane, I was on crack for 10 years, but I've been clean 15. And that ain't no joke. Once you hit it, you're stuck.
Well, it's good to see that you're off of it because I only know 2 people that successfully have got off of crack, meth, whatever, and stayed off of it.
Well, see, I went to watch my oldest, because he lived with my sister, graduate. I didn't go through withdrawals. I didn't never want it no more. Nothing like that. And I know it comes from the good Lord. And a mind over matter. It's either you want to live or you want to die. So I moved in with my sister and didn't go back to New York to my husband because I know either he's going to want it or I'm going to want it. We'll stop and one of us end up wanting it again. So I just stayed with my sister and never touched it again. It took way too much away from me. Way too much. It ain't worth it.
Yep. Yep. This one. Well, if y'all are gonna, I hope somebody got that one. I'm sure they did. Okay. Back when I was in college, final week, and I couldn't get to sleep for nothing. And so one of my friends comes over. Okay, I know what'll get you to sleep. She has a joint. And it was laced with this stuff. Just like that. Oh, well, I don't know if I was running from it permanently, but here I am.
Well,
It's
can
a
I say something?
it's a thing you just cannot trust people. In junior high, a girl gave me aspirin. What she said was aspirin. It wasn't aspirin. And so you can't even your friends. This was my best friend that I ran around with all the time. It wasn't aspirin.
Bonnie,
When
did
you
you see 1A's comment?
no.
He
I
said
will
if you
gladly do that. I got it. Let me pull it up. I think they need all the help they can get. There you go, 1A.
I could care less whatever anybody in chat says. It's not the regulars. I love y'all, but the other, say what you want about me. I don't care. I know who I am. God knows who I am. That's all that matters.
So then we got this happening. Yes, I want to follow the link. I think okay. So, did anybody watch the Grammys? Because I didn't, but
Nope.
I had heard that there was a threat made that if the Ukrainian president wasn't invited to the Grammys, something was going to happen. Well,
I heard that.
so then
He was there. He made a comment.
he was, screened in, like on a big screen with a call to action. And I said, like, this is really concerning. did did
I heard today that there's several, like Bruce Willis and stuff like that, that are retiring. Will Smith, I think, done stepped down.
yeah, and of course he was asking for the help of us for the Ukrainian people, but you know what we've all been hearing and
Yeah.
what's really going on there. And so it's like, okay, this is what the other people of the world are going to see. I'm sorry, but I always have to read Pappy's comments. They are always full of set the chat. Pappy, yeah, a lot of people have said that. And it only lasts for a little bit, but
You need to set your chat to where if they want to chat, they have to be subscribed for 7 days. I'm going to tell you, it'll cut that on the riffraff. Me and Mike
Uh-huh.
talked
but
about
didn't
that, and we did that. And I'm going to tell you.
it didn't cut it down to not, Shane.
Well, and some of them, yeah, they've been in there, but yet they've changed some of their names.
Yeah,
Uh, doesn't
there's
stop
really
their. It doesn't stop their.
there's
Help.
really no way to completely stop it, I don't think.
No, not on YouTube. There ain't.
Jim, I'm subscribed to over 500 channels now.
You are, Bonnie?
Yes, I am.
No wonder you don't sleep.
I sleep.
Yeah, yeah. After you
I
get
do.
off, you keep me up till 1:30 to 3 o'clock in the morning, then you go everywhere else. And I'm like, how's that girl get up and text me before noon? How's she even move?
Shane
What,
Phelps.
honey? You want me to say a lie? Okay, I could.
Really?
I could. I just don't want to.
You did. I keep you awake. Okay. Okay. We'll just let that go with that.
Okay, we keep each other awake.
But what
Yeah, you better take some of that.
when I'm in a chat, if I hear somebody that I like, when I see their channel pop up tagged, I subscribe to it. I do need to go through and thin it out some, I'm sure, because I don't watch every single one because it's really, I would never sleep. And it gets addicting.
Hey, Bonnie,
Bonnie,
can I be a mod?
Hello, Cashew.
From 2014.
Victor, hey, you two get a room.
Victor,
No,
stop saying that. We're just having a
yes.
conversation. We are in YouTube land.
Yeah, we don't need a room.
You already got one.
Just a bit of a pickup would work.
Put a
I think
mattress
they'd call
back
that
there.
a tailgate. I think they'd call that a tailgate party.
Yeah, we know what kind of party you talking about. No, I'm joking.
No, I didn't say nothing naughty.
I didn't say you did. I'm just picking at you.
Oh my
No, I don't.
goodness. Okay, now what does this have to do with restoration?
I don't know. Get us back on track, Bonnie. You let me derail us.
We need to share love. We need to be kind, and we need to be caring.
Amen.
I almost put it Build Back Better, and I was like, wait, where have I heard that? Oh no, I can't use it. No.
I don't, Bonnie, I think we all would have been a little afraid to come to your chat tonight. No,
Yeah, if it was BBB, that's Brokeback Biden. And yeah, no, I don't think we need any of that.
No.
Good night, Slow Country.
Night, Slow Country. Thank you for coming. Yep. I don't know about any of that money thing. I paid my taxes. I'm not going to lose my home before I sell it. I need the money. And I don't know about the IRS because I don't have to file. But we are in the times predicted where we would be under unending and a constant attack from all angles: mental, emotional, spiritual, economic, morals, etc. Only those who are awake stand a chance. Amen, Pappy.
I'll be back.
Yeah, I saw that, D-Dog.
Yeah, I did too. And isn't that part of YouTube? Isn't Twitter a half owner?
I thought Twitter was owned by Google.
I thought it was a half owner of YouTube because I'd seen something about that today, but I didn't dig into it and wasn't in the mood to.
D-Dog, you can come up and explain to us because we're unknowledgeable of who owns what.
Come up here and tell us dumb people how it is. Yeah, I knew YouTube was part of Google, and I knew Twitter was too. See, Jim knows.
Yeah,
and that's what I heard too.
So it's all connected, and
yes.
So supposedly everyone keeps saying that he is a patriot, Musk, and is he though? You know, is Tesla a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, once again, I'll say this. A billionaire is a billionaire is a billionaire. And what do they want to do? They want to stay a billionaire. And Elon Musk is damn near a trillionaire. So, when he pays last year $5 billion in taxes for the first quarter, and in the last quarter he pays $7 billion. I'm going to tell you something. You know what $1 billion would do for America? That's $3 million per every man, woman, and child in this country. And now you take that times, the total was 12, 13, 7 and 5, whatever that is. Can you imagine how much money that is? And the government got it. That's all out of taxes. I'm thinking, everybody wonders why we're all friggin' broke. It's because something's not right. How in the hell are they making that much money and no one else is? Especially the people that are building all this crap for them to survive. Now, why
But
is
still,
that fair? I don't understand.
it so he would still be part of the elites. The elites are the ones that are creating all this mess, and so I don't know. I still don't trust him. He's moved to Austin. I see the Chargers everywhere, and no way can I afford an electric car. In 4 years, where are those electric cars going to be? Sitting on the side of the road or somewhere because you can't dispose of the batteries. It's just it's creating a whole new problem. Is all I see.
Oh, and you get
And
in a wreck in an electric car. There's no way to put out these damn batteries. They cannot put them out. You get in a wreck in a regular car and there's a fire, they can put it out. You get a wreck
yes,
in these new electric cars, you cannot put them out. So you are, I'm sorry, toast. That's all you are. You are toast. And yeah, I'm not a big fan of everything that's going on. I'm sorry. I still
mm-mm.
don't trust any billionaire, and you can take that with any one of them. Now, you can take that where you want, but I still don't trust any billionaire because a billionaire wants to stay a billionaire. And
Yeah,
there's only one way they become a billionaire off the backs of us. That is not right in my mind. If we do all the damn work, I'm thinking you might want to share some of that, dude, or we'll quit working for you, and then you don't get no damn money. And that's just kind of how I think. Now, I'm probably 1,000,000% wrong, but I don't care. That's just how I think.
yeah, yeah. People
Oh,
will freeze in those
I didn't
electric
know I was.
cars because you have to, even just a regular vehicle, if you live in those freezing temperatures like in Alaska, they have to keep something plugged into those cars just to keep the fluids from freezing inside of them. And so those lithium batteries, I don't know, do they have fluid in them?
Somewhat.
And
How you doing, Black Watch?
Not bad,
so
Jason. How are you?
I'm doing good.
soon what happens
I'm here
whenever
to
they
I'm here to
burn it?
stay. I had my internet issues, but I'm here to stay now. At least I'll try to stay.
Well, that's true, Dorinda.
Is it that important to know the history of YouTube? I can tell you.
What?
3 kids started it, basically kids. One was in Europe, one was in Asia, and somewhere else. Google paid them 1.6 billion for YouTube, which netted them a little under 400,000 each. YouTube, that was 1.6 billion. YouTube says it's worth 165 billion. Google owns YouTube. Alphabet owns Google. That's the order.
Ah,
Nobody's going to go against Alphabet. But anyway, that's the history. It
yeah.
started with Muffy and I go to the zoo. That was the first video. It's still up from the kid in Europe. Anyway, enough history.
Man, I wish I had $1 million. I can't even wonder what that would do. That would be a lot of money for me. I don't even have a job yet. I'm trying to get a job. So $1 million to me is a lot of money. I mean,
It's
$30
it's a
to
lot
me
of
is a
money
lot.
to any of us.
Oh,
It's
absolutely.
$30 or $40 is a lot to me.
it's not astronomical anymore. I mean, at one time you would have thought you were totally rich with $1 million, but you look at the prices of just a house that you want to get now. Around me, $500,000 is going to get you a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house. Maybe if you're lucky, 1,500 square foot.
Well, you're
That's
lucky. Yeah,
$1 million.
you're lucky to get a house here for. Well, I don't know. You're lucky if you can get one for 200,000, but it won't be very nice. But anything over 300,000 is probably pretty nice.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. That's just for a plain house on a lot, maybe a half-acre lot. Yes, Crystal?
I forgot. Go ahead. My memory ain't, for excuse my language, shit, man. I could get up to go in the kitchen to get something and forget. I have to turn around, go back wherever I was, and then I remember.
Well, and that's another thing I want to talk about. I saw a lot of people saying stuff like that and the headaches and so have they already started?
I don't know, but
breathing?
I've been having really bad headaches. My memory is because probably what I did 15 years ago was part of it, but the other is I got fibromyalgia fog, so I feel like I working with the people. I feel like I am the person I used to work with, and that's dementia and Alzheimer's, and it sucks.
You know what they say, Crystal, and it's true. You know when you're older, or one point, you'll walk into a room and you'll stand there and you have forgotten why you went into the room. You might go in there looking for something. By the time you get there, you forget you were looking for something. You're getting older.
I'm 51. Yes, I'm old.
Well, 51?
I'll tell you, a couple weeks ago, I was going to light a cigarette. Could not find my damn lighter. Walked around the house, looked everywhere for it. Went back, sat down, go, okay, I didn't need to smoke anyway. Looked at my hand, and my lighter was in my damn hand.
There you go.
I did that with my glasses.
And I'm thinking, all right, yeah, I've got to do something different. This ain't working. So I had to get off some of them meds. So I did. And yeah, it was just one of those deals. It was like, what the hell? You have a cigarette in your mouth. You're walking around looking for your lighter, and it's in your friggin' hand. You're going, what the hell?
It makes you feel retarded. It makes me feel retarded.
Oh, I'm telling you, it was like, you gotta be kidding me. Really? I always try to keep my mind, but I want to tell you, that floored me when that happened. And I was like, all right, something's got to change.
Yeah, you got to start laughing, kid. You got another 25 years to go at least. Get used to it.
No, I know that's right. I'm hoping 30, 40 years.
Yeah, well, I didn't have much more than that to guarantee you.
Yeah.
We all do it, Shane. There was a guy at work, and I'm sorry.
I really don't know.
Have you ever done that? There was a guy at work. He was a union steward, and okay, he was Polish. Doesn't matter. Great big tall guy, and he talked. He loved smoking. Loved it. So he's got a cigarette in his mouth, and he's talking. He's going to light it, but then he takes it out and starts talking, and he's going back and forth. And we're just trying to hold it, not to laugh. He's got the filter end out. Just as he's about to light it, he sees it. We're going, oh, there goes the best one of the night. But we all do it.
Yeah, I've done it. Hey,
oh, yeah, I lit the wrong end once. Boy, I want to tell you, that'll make you want to quit right there.
You bet you. I've not done it, but I've seen the expression on people's faces.
Hey,
Oh,
when
that
I
tastes.
sorry, go ahead, Shane.
I was going to say that tastes like taking a big old drink out of a beer bottle and there's a cigarette in the bottom of it,
I got it.
and
Go ahead.
and I'm going. That'll almost make you put your guts up on the floor because man, that makes me sick. I can't do that crap.
Okay, I got two stories. They're not really long. One is when I was a baby, and I was standing up in my bed, and I was rocking the bed to get to the dresser. It was a stand up dresser, and I got over there. My mama told me about it. I was too young to remember, but I got a hold to an ashtray and was eating the tobacco. And my mama come in and seen black all over my mouth and stuff. She jerked me up, was trying to get it out. And the other one is my sister. There is a guy where my sister lives. He rides a a mower everywhere. So he must have went to the store, and my sister and them seen him, and he was on his way back, and he had a lot of beer. Well, he dropped some of them, and they let him pass, so they ran out there and got him and put him in the refrigerator. Well, my sister popped one, went to drink it, and the guy had peed in it. So she was drinking piss.
That's jacked up. That's just
Yeah.
jacked up. I'm sorry.
Crystal, really?
For real. I was there when it happened.
I've done that. Back when I did drink beer 35 years ago, uh, I said, "Oh wait,
Jeff
there's still
Riddle.
some
Jeff
beer
Riddle.
in this
Oh, I was
bottle."
gonna address.
And I took a
I was
drink,
adjusting the
and
chat.
it was not beer. It was dip spit.
Oh my God. I've done
Hey
that
Yep.
once.
Bonnie, I wanted to address the chat. Jeff Riddle. Jeff Riddle said that I'm adorable, but we don't want to. We're not doing it. We're not doing that adorable thing tonight, Jeff Riddle. Anyways.
I didn't. Even, oh, there he is. Yeah, I did that too, Bonnie. I took a big old drink of somebody's
Let me see
spit,
what
thinking
the-
it was my beer, and I'm gonna tell you, no. That
Hey, Dark Wild
I
Man.
hate getting sick and vomiting or
Mm.
whatever you call it, but I'm gonna tell you, there was 2 times I have done
Oh,
that. One was from drinking a cigarette butt, and one was from drinking somebody's tobacco. My nephew, oh yeah, he dipped. He used to dip Copenhagen. He's changed now, but Copenhagen, he would have to go outside. He'd go to take a dip, and I said, you get out of here, because just the smell of Copenhagen will make me sick. Just the
Yep.
smell of it will make
Well,
me sick.
I had to ride on a school bus, and we were the first ones on, last ones off, because we lived farthest from school.
Right?
And
Yeah, there.
so they had this old, rusty, holy trash can in the back of the bus. And I guess that's what all the guys spit in. Everybody. It's Texas. Country people. That's what they do. They dip snuff or chew tobacco. And
Mhm.
Spit tunes everywhere.
yes, even the bus driver had his spittoon up there next to him driving the school bus. But so when it would get to those holes, and you know how a school bus has the ridges and the flooring,
Yeah.
the ridges going down. So you'd sit there and watch this. Just every time you stopped, it'd roll forward, and then you'd start going, and it'd roll back to the back. And So it was, okay, let me try that. Just so I don't puke everywhere. Not off the floor, but so when we got off the school bus, one of the boys gave me a little bit of his dip, and oh my goodness, that was the worst thing I could have ever done. And it
I was,
does
I
makes you
was
puke.
7. Oh my God. I was 7 years old, and
Bless you.
I was either
Excuse
6,
me.
7, or 8. And my cousin was down and he was dipping. And I wanted a dip. And I kept pestering him, and we're in our trailer house. And my stepdad and my mom finally looked at him and says, "Give him a dip." So they give me a dip. And it was Copenhagen.
Oh, God.
And I put it in my mouth and had a lot of fun for about 2 seconds. And I need to spit. And my stepdad says, "No, you swallow it."
Oh
So I
no.
don't know how many shades of green I turned.
I love
And they
anything
made me
outdoors.
keep that in my mouth for 30 minutes. And I have been sick. I can't even smell Copenhagen now. I won't look at it. And that's why my nephew, like I was telling you that story a second ago, and that is why now, is because I'm going to tell you. I said, I'm going to either spit and spit it out, or I'm going to puke. And I said, well, do what you got to do, but you're not spitting. And I'm going to tell you what, I look like poltergeist. I blow crap plumb across the room. And I'm going to tell you, my mom and him probably regretted what they did to me, but I'm going to tell you, it learned me a lesson.
Yeah, my dad,
And,
he called us
I won't
kids
touch it.
smoking. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No,
Okay.
I was just going to say, no, it learned me a lesson. I
Yeah,
learned.
I didn't start really smoking until I was in my 30s, late 30s. But my dad called us kids smoking, and he made us sit down and smoke every cigarette. And time we got through, we didn't want a cigarette. But what was funny is he made my brother, because he was in training for football, go out and run around the house. I felt sorry for him.
I tried that with one of my kids and it didn't work. I got the cheapest, nastiest cigarettes I could find and made her sit there and smoke them, and it didn't do nothing. And I was like, gosh, I would have a headache and be just, bleh.
Should have used Virginia Slims. I want to tell you what, I smoked one of them, and I'd been a smoker for a year at that time, and I smoked a Virginia Slim,
Well,
and just
Hey, Rescue,
if y'all
good
can,
taste,
if you,
just a taste
oh,
of
sorry.
it,
Sorry.
I got sick. I got sick.
Well,
my
if y'all can't believe
stepdad.
it, I've never smoked before, so I have no clue what it tastes like. I've never smoked or drank. So I don't know what a cigarette tastes like. I don't even know what beer tastes like. One thing I think I've tasted is maybe some wine. I don't know what kind, but yeah, I've never done. I don't drink beer. I never smoked. Never done nothing. No
Come
weed.
back.
No
Rescue. Hey,
no weed.
Rescue.
No nothing.
Hey, Rescue. I'm sorry if I fell asleep on your chat last night.
I don't know.
uh, oh, well, yeah, never mind. I just fell asleep at a bad time too.
Well, I'll say this. I seen something from Victor, and he said he was there with his wife at his house, and I'm here with my internet wife right here. So I'm happy.
My stepfather made us smoke a cigar. It's probably about 8 or 9. Yeah, we were all green and puking. There was 4 of us then.
Yeah, that should cure a lot of. Yeah, if they'd have done that with a cigarette with me when I was a kid, I probably wouldn't have been smoking them right now. And I
Well,
wish
you
I
would
would.
think, but
Yeah,
here I am smoking. It
I
didn't.
guarantee I won't do one thing, and that's Copenhagen. My nephew, like I said, he knows. He'll go outside and put it in. He won't. He says, "Am I far enough away?" And I said, "Is the door closed?" Because he's looking at me while he's out there. Says that damn
You,
door closed, and he'll close that door. He knows. He knows I'll
you
come
need to
unglued.
yeah, you need to sing them Shane that song behind closed doors.
No, yeah, I have to listen to it, but I probably could.
I love the smell of a good cigar, though.
Oh
I
yeah.
always have.
Oh,
I,
absolutely. And that's
when
what
I
I
was,
smoke is Cheyenne Peach cigars, and they're the size of a cigarette. They're like $1.87 a pack. Yeah, and there's just as many in them as there is a pack of cigarettes, and so yeah, it makes it real easy to smoke when they're that damn cheap.
Well,
well,
And it's so yeah, and they smell good, and then you lick your lips and it tastes like peach.
and that's when I worked at a grocery store. Of course, back in the days when you could smoke in a grocery store, these little old men would come in smoking their cigars, and the other women were, oh gosh, and they'd start opening the doors and turning on the fans, and I'm like, no, I want to smell it. Didn't bother me any.
Now you know about how all those men got little and got old. Cigars.
I used to smoke. I mean, I do every now and then still. I like those. Their cigars and their wine, red wine taste or something like that. They're really good. But I like the wood tips.
What's the mall of truth? 1A.
We call those cigars, Crystal, in Canada, Colt cigars.
They got
Oh, really?
wine tip, aren't they?
Yeah.
Wine, yeah.
Yeah.
Old port. Cigarillo.
Nothing serious.
That way you can smoke and drink at the same time.
And they seem to go together.
Amen.
With me, it's visiting with people. If I'm sitting around talking, visiting with somebody, I'm just smoke, smoke, smoke.
You ever notice people who smoke cigars for long, like the time, no matter how they bathe, no matter how they had their clothes cleaned, whatever, it will smell like a cigar for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, I think it radiates out of your skin. I know. Yeah, I go through that, and
You know,
I smell my shirt every day. I was like, yeah, it's a good clean shirt. Then I smell this other smell. It's like, smells like
You know what's weird is when you stop smoking after a while, you can actually smell what you smelled like when you were smoking.
oh, absolutely, and it's the same
Oh,
way as your taste buds. You can taste food.
I have no problem with my smell or taste.
Me either.
Oh,
That's the
I
problem.
taste food, but I'm going to tell you, you ever quit for about a week?
I did.
Your your food will taste so much better.
When I had pneumonia, I couldn't smoke. It just the thought of it made me sick at my stomach, and so I thought, woohoo! I quit. It's been a whole week. Yeah, whatever. As soon as I felt better, that was it.
You know the history back like the 1492, before North America was settled. And I don't know if it was Cabot, was one of the explorers. And they ended up in Cuba, off the shores of Cuba. And of course, there's all these tobacco workers. And they got one cigar stuck up the east nostril, inhaled till they passed out. And the guy got captain goes, geez, I wonder what. It's so much fun.
Oh my goodness!
That started the Cuban cigar thing. Crazy. That's a true story.
Wow.
I know
Kinda
one
makes you
person that
wonder.
really likes them, and that's Jeff B.
Well, yeah.
And Orson Welles and all of the.
Oh, I'll bet stars used to sit there and that one Gigi showed in that clip with Frank Sinatra flicking his ashes into that man's cup.
Oh, that was hilarious.
Yeah, they
That was
always,
hilarious. Every time the guy turned his head, he'd flip his ashes in there.
but they did that. They were fooling around like that all the time.
Oh, yeah,
Just-
absolutely.
Would you remember George Burns on TV every night with a cigar? Good night, Gracie, because she wasn't letting him back in the house with that damn cigar.
I want to tell you, George Burns was probably my favorite all-time.
Well, I'm gonna have to go, you guys. I'll miss
Comedian.
everyone. I have to go here in
Okay,
a minute.
Jason, you take care.
But
Good night,
I was
Jason.
gonna ask Dorinda if it's still cold over there. It's pretty cold today. It only got to 50 today, but it was sunny. bit of
I
wind,
think
but-
we were at 14 today.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, it was in the 50s here, I think, low 50s maybe. Well, you have a great night, Bonnie. Have a good night, Shane.
You
Have a
too.
good night,
Y'all too.
Crystal,
Thank
and have a
you.
good night,
Good night,
Blackwatch.
Jason.
Have a good night,
Good night.
Dorinda. God
Night,
bless everyone
Jason.
in chat and panel. God bless you guys. Have a wonderful evening. Yep. Love you, Bonnie. Love you, everyone. Have a good night.
Love you too. Yeah, what did I just see? I thought I saw something.
Yeah, George Burns was phenomenal.
You didn't pour oil all over you today, did you? LOL.
Oh yeah. And they say when you smoke, you can't smell. I can smell something burning instantly. Like
I did smell.
even if I am sound asleep, if and it can be my phone getting too hot, it can be whatever, and I smell it.
You know why? That's a totally different combusting process. That's why you smell it.
Mm.
It's totally different, Bonnie. Especially if it's electrical. You ever have an electrical fire and you breathe that in, you will throw up.
Oh,
I
my
know.
God. It'll make you sick. Hey,
Yeah.
put a
And that-
cowboy hat that's 20x beaver on top of a one of those tall lamps, you know, you can set by your couch or whatever, and put it
Yes.
on top there and forget to turn it off. The lamp, that is. I'm going to tell you, when that cowboy hat starts to smolder, holy cow. It ain't just make you puke. You've got to air out the whole damn house. You're opening doors and windows and while you're still getting sick. But yes, that is the worst I have ever went through.
My sister one morning, we were all up getting dressed for school, and she put a frying pan on the stove to try to melt the grease in there, and she forgot about it. And it smoldered in that kitchen. It didn't catch on fire really. It just a lot of smoke. And my sister went and turned on the attic fan. And then my dad was off that week, and she left a note from my dad and went to school.
I got
And
I got a question for the chat. Somebody said something, and I have a comment to make. So I haven't
Oh
gotten to talk.
no, cedar does not smell the best.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
Gigi, the tea towel. That was a lovely touch. But with everything you sent me, Gigi, why couldn't you leave at least one stack of crackers in there? Because man, when it said Ritz crackers, I'm thinking, hell yeah, somebody send me some Ritz crackers, and I got thinking, no, this is
winning the
Gigi. There
game?
ain't no Ritz crackers in there.
Because
And
Ritz crackers only comes in a bag, Shane. You can't get separate tubes to it.
no, they get separate tubes. They have them.
No, not up here.
There's 3 tubes per box. And
No.
around here, they are.
Sharon, I'm in the hill country,
You're in
Come in a
the
bag, in a box.
Central Texas.
yeah. And so anyway, I was thinking, cool. I got some snacks. Boy, I got some snacks, all right, but it's not that. I needed something to go with that, JG. You should have left me at least one tube of
I'm telling you, they don't come
Ritz
that way up here.
crackers.
They don't.
Well, they may not. They may not in Canada.
Kentucky Patriot, you got a bear? Just one.
She could send you a box of saltines. They come that way.
Well, I've got saltines, but boy, she sent me a box of Ritz, and boy, I'm thinking, hell yeah, I love them. And it's like kind of like the generic version, which is called butter rounds or something. I'm like, hell yeah, I love them, especially with the salad. And I got a big old box of some other stuff. And it's funny, I love how she packaged it and what it said on there. That it was beautiful, Gigi. That was beautiful. How it got here, I have no clue.
Did she put a sticker with a great big green happy face that says "Putting on the Ritz"?
No, but we're not going to go into the details. But
Nope.
Gigi is, yeah. And I had to have my brother come over, and I said, "Wait a minute, hang on." She said, "A pound of." Well, and I had to have my brother come over. I said, "What do you think?" And he goes, "To get you off booze, I'll be happy." And so I'm like, damn. So now I read your note and I read all that. And matter of fact, Gigi, get up here if you would, please.
Hilarious,
Bonnie?
too. That's great.
Bonnie, would you drop
In
the
the
link?
drawer.
Would you drop the link for Gigi,
Yes, Shane.
please?
Wait. Dang it. Where'd it
Gigi.
go?
Plead the fifth, Gigi. Plead the fifth.
Oh, I'm not going to cuss her. I'm not going to cuss her by no means. I don't.
Say that quick 3 times when you're pleading the 15th. Go for it.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I just have questions, and I'm not going to ask anything that's going to get anybody in trouble. So
I would appreciate that.
no, I won't do it.
I mean, y'all,
Yeah.
you have a way to talk without it being all publicish.
No, okay, I won't even bring it up. I just want to give her crap.
Fine. Well, what have I done to my chat? Y'all hang on. Be careful.
Victor says,
Here we go.
Shane, it's gummy time. If I take one of them damn gummies, I'll go to bed. Them things wipe me out.
Well, I know when Zach eats them, he goes, he's so funny. I guess y'all know. I know Bonnie knows Zach, but
Oh, I know Zach.
yeah,
Zach's, he's got his finger and I've got mine.
and his foot.
He
And
likes
his
to show me his. I always show him mine, and he always shows me his. And then he just giggles. Zach's funny as hell.
Who co-hosts with him? I'm just curious. I won't go off on the tangent of another channel. I'm just curious.
Do what now?
Man, I gotta get to know you before anything like that happens.
Jeremy the Jekyll, I think. Isn't that it? Bonnie?
Jeremy the Jester.
Jester. Oh, sorry. Jekyll. Where the hell is my brain at?
Jackal Jester.
I'm gonna tell on you, Dorinda. I'm joking.
Yes.
There's so many channels that's popped up here lately that I can't even keep up with them all. And I'm thinking, and here's the thing: everybody wants to get to these big numbers, like 1,000, so they can get monetized and all that. But then yet they're telling everybody to start a channel. All you're doing is diluting other channels. If you want to build your channel, keep it to yourself. Don't tell other people to go start a channel, because you may come on and they're like them better than you. Well, make them wait until you're off and then they come on.
This ain't no winning or losing situation when that we're all trying to do the same thing.
Oh, absolutely. We're all trying to get the message across.
People shouldn't get upset because somebody else went on at a certain time, you know. A lot of people go back and watch it because they're on somebody else's channel. That don't mean that that person hadn't went over to yours after you're off and watched it.
No, it doesn't mean nothing bad. No, it just means, but all I'm saying is, there's only 10, 12 hours in a day that most people watch.
I watch when I get up. When I get up and get stuff I got to get done, then I'll pop on. Because this is all I do. I don't watch TV. I don't even have a TV. You know, there's only certain people, kind of music I listen to. And like I've told y'all before, I'm not a out adventurous kind of person unless I have somebody else with me, because it's boring to me. But y'all are my friends and family. It's a way of me being able to have friends and talk if I have something on my heart or on my mind, you know. And I'm a hermit, I guess.
Oh, some of us are.
And all of these channels that are in my chat right now that I'm seeing, after me, it's Zach and Jeremy. And then after Zach and Jeremy, it's Rescue. And then today, after Rescue, it was 1A. And then after 1A, it was Monty. And so it's like I couldn't stay on all day. Like some people I guess can, but it's really hard for me to keep going to each channel. And as much as I love them, it's poor Rescue. he's on when I'm sleeping, so I don't
She
ever.
can't stay on all day, but she can stay on up all night. I know.
No,
She's
no, I
she's
can't
a
do that
trooper, and how in the hell she gets up and texts me after we stayed up till 3 o'clock in the morning?
either.
How in the hell she texts me before noon? I'm thinking, that girl not sleep? What the hell's wrong with her?
I usually go to bed about 2:30 if it's it, but
That was you up at like 7 or something?
I
Silly.
get up about 8 or 9. It just depends on if I have to or not. But yeah, I can't get more than 7 hours sleep or I feel like poop. Um but the thing is it's we're all here just to support each other. I mean, if rescue's on at 2 a.m. and I'm still awake, I'll drop in and say, just want to say hey, and I put the thumbs up on the button and just to support the channel. And that's the way we are here.
All I know is you're
And
tough.
he's got music playing that'll put you to sleep anyway.
Yeah, I was going to say the next time you have problems sleeping like that, Bonnie, I'll send you some good Canadian cough syrup down. You'll sleep. That's a joke.
I
Yeah.
am a joke. Oh,
I'm gonna I'm gonna eventually
Cola.
convince her to come up here, and
Who?
we'll Bonnie, and she'll sleep. She'll sleep like a baby.
Well, I obviously slept too long today,
I think I did too, but
but I gotta kind of go to bed early tonight. I'm going over to my best friend's house tomorrow to help her out. Just get
Hi,
away from the house.
Cola. Good to see you.
cola.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Cola. Cola in the house.
Yep. She reads scriptures with us.
That's cool.
Yeah, on Hawks.
Yep.
Is that the one that was scolding me the other night, Bonnie?
No.
Shame. Shame.
Now,
I
now,
know she wasn't scolding me. I said a few words that I know was inappropriate, and I apologize.
It wasn't her though, Shane.
Huh?
It wasn't her though, 'cause I was watching at the time. I ain't gonna put whose name it was, but I know it wasn't her.
And I am not upset with that lady, that girl, that person one bit, because I was out of line. And they were 1,000,000% correct. And I was out of line. So
Ain't that
I'm not against it. I'm not against that. I don't mind being scolded when I'm out of line. That's one thing I've never been upset with. You
wow?
know, if I've done a no, Victor, I'm not acting up again. And if I am, I'll.
You're not doing nothing wrong, Shane.
But yeah, I just like I said, I don't mean to hurt anybody, and sometimes I get out of line, and sometimes I got to be corrected. And you know what? I'm not upset with them for correcting me, not whatsoever.
Well, and it that's okay. My thought on that is if somebody comes in, it's to me it's just like if we were having church here. If somebody came in hurting and seeking, are we not there to help? are we not there to try and answer the questions that we can answer? I'm just saying here personally, if someone came to me like that, I would try to help any way that I could.
And trust me, yeah, when it gets to that, I have lots of questions and I have lots of uneasements that I'd love to have answered, and I can't. Once again, can't find answers to some of them. Now, some I got some answers to, so I'm not going to say I can't get answers to all of them.
Well, I think you're going to get some answers. You just got to be patient
Yes, yes, and
and
that's
trust me.
okay.
Okay.
Bonnie, I'll trust you.
I, I need to.
Hilarious too. The answer to love? Well, no, I kind of know what love means, and I've had a lot that wasn't love. So,
What love means? I look
all
for
We
right.
all
unconditional love.
and Shane, that we're all seeking answers. I mean, there's a lot of things I don't understand. That's why I don't know how to even answer a lot of the questions because you're you're going way back there that where I have no clue. And I'll admit it. I just know from my walk and where I'm at on my path the answers that got me to this point. But to try and explain the deep rooted everything, there's no way I could even I wouldn't even say I can answer that or there's that's way out of my realm. Just
Bonnie, you do a good job. When I talk to you, you always do a good job. You always calm me down. And when I'm upset, you always calm me down. So you do a good job.
Bella, sorry. Thank you, Shane.
Hey, Bella, Bella.
I'm trying.
And I ain't touching any of that. Good for you, Shane, as long as it works.
Uh, Someone said something. Uh, Sharon Smith. No, I'm still with Liberty Warrior. I just now there was guests, so I don't go on when there's special guests for the first time, unless he's got lots to say that Mike don't know about. Then he'll want me up. So other than that, no, I don't go on.
I think he
So I
does that, Shane, because he don't want you getting upset and your blood pressure going up.
well, and me and him talked about that, and he don't want me getting all riled up, and he's real scared about I'll get riled up. But
Yep.
there's times I don't mind getting riled up because I've got lots of things that I can calm them down with now, and so it's
Got
one of those
intel.
deals.
Drop intel, Shane. Drop intel. No,
Yeah, I've got what they was talking about tonight. I even text Mike, and I was like, "Psh, where in the hell's the link?" He didn't even drop one tonight, and he didn't even respond to me. I'm thinking, yeah, I know he don't want me up for tonight, and because he knew, he don't want me up there a slobbering ass drunk, and I understand that. I understand that 1,000,000%. I don't want me anywhere as a slobbering ass drunk. And he knows I always keep my mind, no matter what. But he don't want to hear slurring, and we're trying to get into something that's we can't have that. So I have to get off this damn booze. And so I've been trying. Man, I have
Hey,
been working
Tim,
on it
thank you for
hard.
coming by.
If I smell liquor, Shane, I will want to throw up. I'm not a smoker. I mean a drinker.
Well, and mine's beer.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, granted, I can do Crown. Trust me, I can do Crown. But I don't because it's a different kind of attitude and it's more of a aggravating one. And it's not because I get aggravated, but I know it can, in 2 seconds, I can flip a switch and be
Yeah.
a raging grizzly bear. So it's not that I just don't
Bye,
Good night,
take
Dorinda.
Tim. Love
the
you.
whiskey.
Let me know when it's time for another funny story. It gets too deep.
Yes, and it's probably getting too deep.
I was gonna say something. Oh, sometimes a lot of people can act okay on beer, but when they get that liquor in them, especially somebody is got like Indian in their blood,
I
they
do.
I
totally
said that.
switch. Yeah, they totally, act like they wouldn't if they was drinking beer.
I I am Choctaw,
Oh,
and yes, I am Choctaw, and whiskey really doesn't affect me too bad. But I'm gonna tell you, I just don't do it because it's just for one, it's friggin' expensive. For two is I just
Good night, Chef Kiefer.
I
night
just
shift.
don't want to because there's times if you make me mad and I'm drinking a beer, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna say, "Hi, that's enough." You make me mad when I'm on whiskey.
You gonna let out a side that nobody wants to
You
see.
may be missing some teeth or an arm or something, and then I'll say, "Quit." Now you need to stop. So that's the difference. And as long as I don't get mad if I'm drinking it, I'm okay. I'm
Well,
gonna tell
let
you
me
that.
know when you're.
Is
I've
this
seen a
something?
few that can handle moonshine, and
Oh,
that
I
takes
got
a strong gut and something. I don't
Well,
know.
let me know, Shane, when you're drinking alcohol like that, because I don't want no missing parts.
well, and here's the deal. If we're just all visiting, I never get mad. You really have to do something really bad to make me mad, even if I'm on whiskey. And I'm going to tell you, when I say you have to really do something bad, you have to assault me or one of my family members, and I mean physically, and then I'll get irate. But I mean, if you just come up and you're just bumping your gums and running your mouth, I just look at him and laugh. Take your dumb ass somewhere else, you know. And that's how I've been for 20 years.
See you, rescue.
Night
Sleep well.
rescue.
I
Gets
am not like what most people always hear the stories of a poor wife goes home to a drunk and he's mean and abusive. No, that's not me. Do I drink a lot of beer? Yes. Can I drink a lot of Crown? Yeah, yes. But I don't get mad. That's the whole thing. I learned a long time ago how to control myself, and I will not let that get out of control. Because when I do, I'm done. I will not let that get out of control. Never, never, never. I watch too many people do that, and I will not do it. And alcohol doesn't, even if I'm, and like I said, I don't like to get stupid drunk, or sometimes I slur my words, and sometimes it's my blood pressure shit. But I don't like to get hammered drunk, because when I get tipsy real bad, it's time for me to go to bed. Now I don't mind getting to a buzz and maintaining it. Now that's what I do like, is just maintaining it. But you get me, no, I don't get stupid drunk anymore. I haven't for 20 years because I know it got me in too much freaking trouble.
Night, Marilyn. Thank
Caused
you
a
for
lot of
calling.
damn problems.
Bella, yeah, I fell asleep on rescues last night. I apologize. I know I did because the fact is I got a thing to sit my laptop on, and while I'm in bed, and my computer was up, it was still here. Um, I was like, oh no, I fell asleep on his stream. I hope he ain't mad at me.
Oh, I see somebody in the chat I need to apologize to. Hey, Bella, I apologize. I didn't realize when me and Bonnie was hanging out and you called and you put it on mute and I put some music on. I apologize. I didn't mean to. And she said you heard it. So I apologize. I'm sorry.
You were just singing.
Huh?
You were just singing. Good grief.
I know. That's why I apologized.
Crystal, I fell asleep on the prayathon. That's just bad.
Shane, you know what I live by now? I never say I'm sorry. Never. That word doesn't cross my lips.
You know what? I was
I can
told.
apologize. I can apologize. If I do you harm, I can say, I apologize for, I never say I'm sorry.
You know, I've been told that too. So I have been told that.
Never. And if I do type it to somebody, I go retraction. Keyboard was out of control. So that's just me. Is it time for another funny story or no?
Well, and I'm going to tell you, I I was told the same damn thing, and I've heard it. I don't know, several times. And even women say, "Do not ever say you're sorry," because I get sick of that because that's a wore out excuse.
That's right.
Victor, how was that treating Shane?
Victor's having a field day in there. He's having fun.
I know. He just,
I think Shane and I should take Victor out behind the woodshed, have a little talk.
Oh,
and see Bella said she
we just
loves
all
you.
sit down and have a powwow.
No, go out behind the woodshed and get drunk on whiskey or something. I don't know. I don't drink whiskey. So.
Well, I got moonshine in the fridge. I got 3 jars of it.
No.
Oh, good grief.
I don't, and I don't drink it. Trust me. I got somebody that keeps bringing the crap over, and I'm like, I took a sip. Now he brought some cherry moonshine over one time. It was pretty good, and I didn't drink hardly. I took a little bitty sip of it. It was okay, but the damn cherries were phenomenal. So I'd pull them out and eat them.
I've
And
never,
I'm gonna tell you,
I've never,
it
sorry.
got me jacked up eating them.
I like that comment.
What's that? My feet friends used to say, "Don't be sorry, be better." Call it. You're correct. You're correct.
Well, I'm just a blunt and to the point kind of person. I don't lie because if you lie, you got to remember what you lie about, and I'm not good at that. I'm
Well, I
doing
just
good to
tell
remember my name in the morning.
Well, I just tell people exactly how I feel and what I'm doing, and some people like it, some people don't. I
My
don't
life
care.
is an open book. I could care less.
Yeah, what are they going to do to me? They're going to come eat me? They're going to come squeeze blood out of a turnip? No, it ain't happening.
Well, this is how I feel.
Meet feet friend, just friend.
Opinions are like buttholes. Everyone's got one.
Yeah,
And long as I know myself and God knows me, I'm okay.
well, that's true. Oh, yeah, that's true.
Or you can always move to Oklahoma and then you will be okay.
That ain't no kid. I want
My
to tell you.
my nephew was stationed there. He graduated boot camp there somewhere.
Lawton, Oklahoma. Is that what you're saying?
I really don't know. I don't know how many
Yeah,
bases
it's
y'all.
probably Fort Hood. Yeah, it's probably
Fort
Fort Hood.
Hood, I think it was.
Yeah, it's Fort Hood. That's Lawton.
No, Fort Hood's in Texas, isn't it? Fort
Oh,
Bragg
yeah. Oh, yeah,
in
Fort.
Lawton.
Yeah, you're right, Bonnie. You're right.
You got a spare compass to send them, Bonnie?
No, actually, I need to get me one.
Uh, Sharon Smith, what do you mean it'll make a good barter
That
item?
moonshine.
Oh, oh, yeah, it probably would.
I used to
Yes.
know when you remember when you couldn't buy beer or anything on Sundays. I knew a lady that racked up in money by selling beer and alcohol and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, when Texas, when it was dry county, there was a little bar a mile outside of Texas
Mhm.
in Oklahoma, and I'm going to tell you what, that little bar, they'd sell it by the cases, by whatever, and they couldn't keep enough beer in there. Some of them Spanish people would come up there and buy that by the friggin' hordes. And I want to tell you, that thing blew up. It finally closed down. Once they become a wet county over there at Perryton, which is in Texas, which is just right next to it, which is Ochiltree County. They then it slowed down and kind of died off. But I want to tell you, no, they made a fortune. They made a fortune off that crap. Kansas just won the championship, 72-69. Huh.
I'll tell you that before.
Hi, Janet. Good to see you.
Q65.
I was about to say to you, Bonnie, all you have to do to get the instructions. I no longer have the friend. You want your chat cleaned up, you won't even see the comment. It'll go so fast. You just said what you want gone. But anyway.
Yeah, sometimes there's people that get deleted off of these chats, and I must have a delayed in my chat. because sometimes by the time I see it, it's already,
It's gone.
yeah, it's gone. So I go click on it to see what it said, and then I have to re-delete it because it's probably bad.
Hi, Victor, but I'm sure I said hi to you already. But I'll say it
Oh.
again. He's feeling neglected.
Victor feeling neglected?
Think so.
Come up on panel. You can sit between Shane and I. You will long for neglection.
Kentucky Patriot mother and father were from Oklahoma.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. He said he was almost born here. See, I wasn't born in Oklahoma. I was born in Illinois because my real dad was in the Air Force. We moved. We lived in 39 of the 50 states by the time I was 2 3/4 years old.
Good Lord.
Oh, yeah, because we moved every couple of weeks. And that was back in the, I was born in 71.
I was
So,
born in
that's the
31.
Vietnam days. And my real dad he was in Vietnam. He was a electronics. He did electrical work on planes. And instead of sending up a pilot, he got to get up and go fly. So he flew over Thailand. He got to fly.
Cool.
And because they weren't going to send a pilot up if it was going to have problems. And when I graduated, I could have walked on to any Air Force institution to become, into the Air Force. I could have walked on to any of them little junior places to become there. And I just never did. And I probably should have, but saying where in Illinois? Well, Janet, it was called Urbana. And my mom was flown from Urbana, which is 10-15 minutes, in a helicopter to Champlain. And now, them two are all one city now because it was only like 10 miles apart. But it was Champlain, Illinois, where I was born. And then the hospital I was born in burned down. So it makes it really tough for me to get birth certificates. But I can get them. Thank goodness for the, all the state registration stuff. But yes, we lived in Urbana, Illinois, I think it's southeastern corner, and Champlain was just north of that.
They're closing down an awful lot of those military places down there. Where your dad might have been.
My granddad used to work on planes in World War II, I think it was.
If it was World War I, you're a little bit older than you think, dear.
It might be World War One. I don't know.
No. I'm kidding.
I'm 51. I'm 51.
I'm
I just
50.
turned 51 in February.
I'll be 51 in December. But Janet, I don't understand your question or your comment. I'm sorry, hon. It's not because I'm trying to play dumb or something, but I just don't understand your comment.
Gigi said, do you know your time of birth?
Yeah, I'm thinking it was in the morning. Now, I may be wrong. And I only died twice when I was a baby. I only died twice, so I was pretty good.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, my lungs kept filling up with fluid.
Ooh.
So I
How long
died
did you have to
twice.
stay in the hospital for that?
I don't know. My mom never explained.
Uh,
But
my brother
yes.
had to stay in there because of he had asthma.
Oh, I don't know what the hell I had, but my lungs kept filling up with fluid.
Hmm.
Probably because my dad drank me to death.
Well, I don't know if any of y'all remember me talking about my sister and how bad off she is. She says she's feeling a little bit better, so I'm hoping for the best.
Is it time for another funny story?
Yes, Gigi, that was the same as me. That's
I don't know.
exactly
Ask
right.
Bonnie. It's her show.
I'll take care of Gigi.
Who is Mr. Poole that I keep seeing everybody?
Well, and there's two of them. There's one that's the pool I used to watch is not the pool that I keep hearing about here lately. So I'm kind of confused on the second one.
I
And
don't know. I ain't never heard either one.
Tim Pool was the one I watched long before I even got on with Mike. Tim Pool. He's he's been all over the world. He was kind of like a Roldo. He's been all over the world. He's been through all the situations. He's been through war zones. Tim Pool is. I used to watch him all the time. Now the other Pool that keeps popping around occasionally, Mister Pool. I'm not sure who it is. That is a very good question.
he has a Telegram channel. See, I'm not on Telegram or any of that.
Me either. The only reason I keep Facebook is to keep up with my family. If it wasn't for that, I'd take it off too.
Well, I would like to know, Canadian Patriot, um, what he was saying right here is, was it bad back then with that 3-letter agency?
Yeah,
Just curious.
I believe it was. I
I am
believe all
sure
this
it
has
was.
been going on for decades.
Yes.
And if it wasn't for Mr. T, I don't think a lot of us would woke up. I don't know. I've been woke. When I was a teenager, I didn't trust the government. I knew they were only out for their best interest.
Yeah. Well, that's,
We're peons to them. We are nothing but workers.
well,
It's called. Sorry, I'm going.
um, my family and I were pretty much clueless. We have always been very conservative, and uh, so you can tell by that remark who we voted in, and so it's. I didn't realize. I mean, I knew there was something questionable about uh, Kennedy's assassination. I knew
Yes,
that that was not the way it was portrayed.
yes.
And then I didn't really pay attention until Bummer got in. And then I saw, woo. And I think that's what woke me up. And yeah, Garrett pretty much answered that, Canadian Patriot. I was asking. Okay. So, and Kentucky Patriot pretty much answered it too.
I'm just want to see. I wonder how many people's jaws are going to fall on the ground when all this stuff starts coming out. People are going to be, especially the ones that have not been awoke now. They're going to be devastated. They're not going to know what to believe anymore. You know?
Well, and that's where we come in, I think.
Yeah.
We're going to have to help them through that. Because we know,
Indiana.
and I'm sure a lot of y'all know a whole lot more than I do because I never went down any of the rabbit holes. But
Went down them all.
there you go. So, all I can do is be open-minded and show them some love and try to help them through it because they're not prepped. They're not, and am I going to be very particular about who I help? Yes. If it's somebody who is trying to do no good, I'm not going to allow that. I have family to protect, but close friends that, well, I have one close friend that is going to need help, and I'm going to be there for her.
Let me ask you something. You just said something.
Uh-oh.
What do you think about Abbott?
What do I think about Abbott?
Yes, because he was kind of a POS for 3 years, and then now all of a sudden it's voting season, and boy, he's trying to do the right thing everywhere.
Yes.
I don't think he needs to be there.
He
But I damn sure don't want
Beto.
Bozo O'Rourke in there.
And that's our only other choice. So yes, it's going to be Abbott.
What do you say? Take the lesser of two evils.
Right.
Well, Mr. T said when that he's going to make up a bill when he gets back that he's able to fire anybody in government.
Well, he can anyway.
Our sheriff could do that.
He can anyway. The president can actually fire a state government person.
Yes. No. The sheriff can.
The sheriff can. The sheriff can arrest anybody. He can't fire them. He can only arrest them. Now, because here's the deal. Let's say a governor of a state is like the president of the United States. He is in control of the whole damn state. And the federal government has no control over it. So you've got to be very careful of how things are worded because you got to vote them out or throw them out to get them out of the way. So you got to be very careful.
Well,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
if I can get everybody to the Capitol, I've got the signs and some people with a loud voice because I can't yell. I need a speaker system or something. Well, I know people with karaoke equipment.
You don't need to yell, hon. You don't need to talk very loud. People will hear your voice. And if you haven't noticed that, you're not looking. People will notice your voice
Yeah.
because you've got that voice that is soft, soothing, and comforting,
Yep.
and it will make people follow because you are that voice. You you have it. So you don't need to yell. You don't need to holler. You don't need a loudspeaker. You just need to talk and make sure people hear your voice.
Bless you.
Well, um, I think the only two people we got really pulling for us right now in Texas is Cruz and Paxton.
Now I'm going to tell you,
I think
Cruz.
Cruz is. I think he is compromised.
I think so too. I think he's been
He's
compromised.
playing on the just like
Look,
Abbott. Playing on
look
the
at
fence.
Cruz's wife and who she is. That's going to tell you a whole story.
Well,
I
that may
know.
be, but our Attorney General Paxton, we can't lose him. He's the
Well,
one throwing these lawsuits at the government.
yes, Paxton seems to be doing a very good job. He seems to be. Now, is it a front or is it for real? And that's the question you got to ask when you step back and look. Now, if he's doing it for real and he's actually getting results, now you got somebody worth having.
Right.
Abbott and Cruz, I'm sorry, Cruz he's come around a little bit, but
I know
I'm
his background, and
yes.
but all of them. Okay, y'all see what Kentucky Patriot said there? That's
No.
very concerning because I was wondering how that stood.
President tells the Marines to arrest somebody, then they do. They can't do it in the United States by law. If you'll read the Constitution or even your state constitution, they can't do it. So you got to be very careful of what they're doing.
Well, what do you
Yes.
think about? I think a lot of stuff is fixing to come out over the lawsuits that Mr. T has over a lot of them. I don't know if
I
it's
want-
doing any good because the judges are dang.
Here's the thing:
Compromise.
you can have a lawsuit all you want, but if they won't let you into court, and the judges and the DA won't let you into court, you're pretty much screwed because you have no voice in it. So they just quit allowing him in there, and it takes away his voice.
Do y'all think that Grassley's going to end up being taking over Nancy Pelosi's?
No, I don't. No. No.
Well, here, okay. What's the biggest state in the United States?
Texas.
Texas.
Texas or California, and I think it's Texas.
Yeah, I think Texas got a bit on California. Not much.
Yes. I think so too. And so
Population, yes.
California may have a bigger, well, now that the borders are open, who knows? Anyway, I really and truly think, as I've been watching what has been thrown at Texas, it's been a planned takeover of Texas. But Texas still has the ability to secede. And what I'm worried about is all these people that have moved into Texas. It's like Deanna was saying, I saw her a while ago. I don't know if she's still here or not, but she said, I hear Texas is purple. This is true. We have, and even the early voting, it there was already issues with the early voting. Votes not counted, votes for one person. 10,000 votes cannot be for just one person. If you are just sitting there counting votes, I don't know. I don't see how that could possibly be. So we're screwed. We are just
Screwed,
there's
glued, and tattooed.
yes, and so am I furious? Yes, I'm seventh generation Texan. I don't want to lose my state. I don't want to lose my country. And do I get angry and frustrated and upset? Heck yes. That's why I keep going around to these channels to see how do we take care of this, because I really want to know. And I'm not seeing but one way for this to turn out for the benefit of everyone. And um, it's not going to be good.
Let me ask you a question.
Hey, Bon Eric.
You keep saying that Texas is purple.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that's purple about Texas is Austin.
No, Shane, you need to look at Houston, Harris County.
Well, and I'm pretty sure Houston's probably turning purple too.
And Dallas. It's that whole I-35 corridor is, and the
Is it
funny thing
turning?
about that is, whenever this thing broke out 2 years ago, you know how
Yeah,
they had the map on the DHS site
yeah.
showing where it was, blah, blah, blah. That whole I-35 corridor was blue. For some reason, they used blue to show where it was all over the state. And
What does purple mean?
purple
Purple
means,
means you're half blue, half
Half red.
red.
Okay.
yes,
You play both sides.
Yep.
Now on the
And
back side, on the back,
I don't believe for one second that Texas is blue or even purple. I think that is a friggin' lie. And I'm going to tell you,
well, see,
Texas always said, well, here's why. Here's why. Because you said something a minute ago that Texas could succeed. If I'm not mistaken, Texas succeeded 2 years ago. And they have an amendment to be able to still vote in the states. So if I'm not mistaken, now I may be wrong.
I'd like
They've
to
already
see the,
succeeded. They've already succeeded. So now, if my memory is, it's probably prolapsing or something, but if it is correct, let's say hypothetically, I might be correct. If I'm not mistaken, Texas still
North
has a
Carolina coming
choice,
on tonight.
but they cannot be taken by the federal government. And that's why Texas has always been the federal government will not go to Texas to arrest people because they know they have no jurisdiction. Now, maybe I need to go relook at that. But if I'm not mistaken, they did that a long time ago.
And Sharon, I'm not so sure that Lubbock is, because
No,
Lubbock is a sanctuary city now, and I don't think a blue city would do that. That bill didn't pass, Von Erich said.
yeah, I see that now. Okay, and I apologize, but that's what I thought happened. But I know Texas is very
I would,
susceptible just to step away and get away from the federal government. And boy, I wish they would, so Oklahoma would follow suit.
well, and I would hate to see that because of all of y'all, but I wouldn't mind it because we can be self-sufficient right here if we were allowed to keep our military personnel right here.
Well, you can. There's no reason why you can't. That's the
Because
funny
they are
thing.
under the government.
No, they're not. No, they are not. That is a lie.
Kentucky Patriot might disagree with you on that.
Well, and
Would know.
okay. The federal military, yes, is not under the control by the states. I'm going to tell you what is.
The
What are
people.
those little places we've got all over the states here in Oklahoma and Texas and Kansas? I'm going to tell you these. I'm trying to calm down. Sorry, I was getting a little excited. But these,
See, this is why we shouldn't talk politics with you here.
this is why the military will never take arms against the United States because they have to go against their own mom and dads and their own cousins and their own
Yeah.
brothers and their own sisters. And I want to tell you, I don't think that will ever happen. Plus, from Texas, Kansas, Oklahoma, all of us, we got more damn guns than the damn military. Who would who would have the right mind to come in here and go, we control you? Wrong.
But do we? Because we have Fort Hood, we have um what else do we have? What is that in El Paso? I can't remember the name of it there.
It's
In
not
San
Gibson.
Antonio, we have Lackland Air Force Base. We have uh, Brooks. I don't know what the name of it is now. They changed the name of the. I don't know why. We have Fort Sam. What else is in San Antonio? There's Camp Stanley, but it's supposedly closed. Well, it's closed to the public, but I see officers there, and
Oh, it's
that's like,
still occupied. It's just not being announced. And yeah, I seen some things on it the other day.
I know. And that's my great uncle always told me that's our big secret here. Well,
Yes, it is.
Bummer made it public. Iran knows about it. That's our weapon gold mine there, but whatever.
Well, that is
Because
a
of Von Erich.
that is a nuclear site, is what that is,
I know.
and that is why no one will talk about it. And but Bummer did just because he was a POS.
Traitor.
Yes,
I'll say it.
yes, he was a POS, and there was this new one He's a POS.
You know what?
And
Sorry.
go ahead.
No, it was just, I was just thinking what Americans, for the most part, know. There's 36 million Canadians. If you put it on a ballot, a question, simple question, what is CSIS? They'd have no idea. They have no clue what that is.
I think Canada needs to be a part of America.
Watch it, girlfriend. 1812.
What's 18?
Well, and here's the deal.
Oh,
From
no,
the
no,
Panama
about that.
Canal, from the Panama Canal all the way to Canada, that's called North America. And that's just part of it. And then South America is south of the Panama Canal.
Okay,
I think it should be all one again. And here's the thing, everybody goes, well, Mexico's got so many drugs and stuff below the border. Well, I'm going to tell you something. If it was part of America, we'd have the rights to go down there, and we could take that problem out in just minutes. I mean, probably within 48 to 72 hours, we would be done.
If we
That
had
drug
control of what we have now.
Bingo. And so it's one of those deals that, yes, and then you just call it North America because that's what it is. But they try to call it Mexico and United States and Canada. No, all three of them are North America.
They call it coexistence for a reason.
Yes, they do.
In Kentucky, I know that. Marines are the best of the best. They go through a lot stricter and harder training. They're front line, I think. It was
Well, they're not front line. The Army's front line. But I want that. There's a lot of them
right, but
militaries that, but yes, Marines have some. They're trained a little different. So it's
I'm curious. You I'm not saying it's incorrect. I'm not saying that. You Americans stand by the Marines like there's no tomorrow. Okay. What do you do if the Marines started to be called to action at home? At home.
against us.
Not against us, to hold up, whatever, civil insurrection, whatever. The point is sometimes you do not question perhaps what you should. We all do.
I think there would be a problem.
Yeah, there would be a big problem.
Yes.
You would never think a problem bigger than that.
Our Marines are from here, so remember they got families here.
That's right. That's the thing right there.
Yes, they're not going to go against their own damn family.
Not their own, but
it doesn't matter. Think about it. Let's say you was sent to as a Marine to go arrest a bunch of damn people.
Here it comes.
But your best friend in the Marines, one of your best buds, that's his family. Now we got a problem, don't we? Oops. Now they're two fighting. They're not going to do it.
I don't know.
Take it a bit further, Shane. Instead of the National Guard, make it the Marines. And you called in, you're supposed to
have one or two. You're going to have one or two that will be a renegade, that will, just be a friggin' rebel.
My point is this, you're at the front line of the Marines, so you go in. and then the crowd splits. You're told what to do, whatever. And your son is standing there behind the 30 people. What do you do? You said, buddy. You said, buddy, what is your son? You know, exactly what you said, the conflict.
And that's the issue. Why I don't think that's why I don't think the American soldiers will go against American people.
That's right.
I think they may hold their ground and say, "Hey, calm down a little bit, and maybe we can get through this." I can understand that, but will they go out and start arresting and shooting? No, I really don't believe that whatsoever. I think that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And Obama tried that in 15. And he found out right quick that he would lose within 30 days that war. And so he just left it alone.
Well, I just pray that that's not the big what everybody's feeling is going to happen, because I mean, if you're reading chat, that's there it is right there. And Garrett, yes, I said Lackland Air Force Base. I lived by there when I was a kid, like right by the base in the community.
Well, we got Tinker Air Force Base in Dell City, which is Oklahoma City. And we got Vance Air Force Base in Enid, Oklahoma. Two of the biggest in the United States. And that's some shit. They're two of the biggest Air Force bases in the United States. I don't want to tell you. When they're not, I know somebody that works there as it's a personal person. So he works there as I don't know what they call him. I can't remember.
See, and that's what I don't understand. The oath that they take, Kentucky, doesn't that oath mean anything to them? I mean,
Nope.
What do you mean, no?
Oh, I thought you said does. Yeah, it does. I'm sorry. I thought you said something else.
I thought it was Blackwatch that said no, but what? No. It's like against foreign and domestic.
Well, and here's the deal. You would have to be
Potato already said.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Potato already
I'm
said.
fixing to step. Oh, sorry. I'm fixing to step down, y'all. I love y'all. Love everyone in chat.
Love you too, Crystal. Have a good night.
All right.
Night, Crystal.
See ya.
Potato already said he has nukes and AR-15s. And he was talking to us.
Yes, he was. Because he was trying to scare us. But you know what he's got? A dog that'll break his other ankle next time it runs past him and he ain't paying attention. That's all he's got. He's a weak old man. And I'm sorry. Anybody that listens to him, I mean, when they all turn their backs on him, when he goes down the damn road, that ought to tell you something. Oh, they weren't watching for snipers. Not the military. That's what Secret Service does. But when they turn their back on him, they ought to tell you right there, he has no backing. He is just throwing a bluff out there, and he's full of shit.
So
I'm
wait a minute.
sorry.
If the Marines, okay, they sign a contract to lose their constitutional rights. So
No.
in their mind, because he says exactly all enemies, foreign and domestic, lifetime oath. So does that mean that the domestic threat would be us, not the government?
Well, let me ask you this. Who is decided that the private sector and all of us people are domestic terrorists? No one. So they can't come against us. And then if
DHS?
you'll read the Constitution, it says they cannot use our own military forces. Now, we can use our own Army reserves and our reserves in our state to help protect it. But who says that every American, 330 million of us, maybe 300, let's just say 300 million, are terrorists? So there's no
DHS?
reason, there's no DHS like that. No.
If you go read it, you will see it.
No, I've read it, but you got to read the fine print too.
Okay.
See what? What did you say? I didn't.
There's by law and by Constitution, and they took the oath to protect the Constitution, which means they protect the people because the Constitution is supposed to protect the people. Because it's not the Constitution. Everybody says is a piece of paper. Okay, it's a piece of parchment. Okay, but that piece of parchment is written to protect the people.
Okay.
So it represents the people. And I'm going to tell you, you got to read it. And if people don't understand it, there's that. Now, I'm not saying that because I know Biden and all them are trying to, they don't even look at it. They don't even care what it says. But that's a big difference. And
David.
but you go by the law, you go by the military, and I don't think. Now I may be wrong. I don't think they will go against that because they took an oath. Now I may be wrong.
Well, he said not against the general public.
That's right. That's right.
Can I point something out that I've never seen training of special forces. I've seen it of the Marines. You think they're thinking after that training? You really think they're thinking? They're programmed to stop thinking.
No, I really don't. Because everybody's an individual because they're not trained to be zombies. Yes, they're trained in certain things, but they're not trained to be zombies.
So, okay, well, what is the National Guard?
A pain in the ass. Every time you people pull them out, when you go to university, people die. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Well,
it depends on where you're at. Yeah, the National Guard is just a reserve unit. It's actually, I'll tell you exactly what a National Guard is. Or, your
I thought they were only for FEMA emergencies.
Well, and here's what they
rescue
are.
And
They're the state militia. And militia was not a good word to use because it sounded like mutiny and all that crap. So they changed it as National Guard and reserves. But that's all it is. It's a state militia that protects the state.
I'm not beating up on you guys. Look at some guy out in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, a reservist, and Canadian. He has his weapon, and he comes up with 5 more, and he decides to drive to Ottawa, 24 Sussex, whatever, the main building, with the driveway has pillars in it. He rams them. Trudeau wasn't
I'm
even there.
sorry, y'all. I just have questions that I was like, hey, here's some people that might be able to answer these questions. I'm sorry
Garrett
about
said
that.
something.
I don't know.
Garrett said something. When you take an oath, you take an oath. Period. And you're right, Garrett. You do. You take an oath to protect the Constitution. Period. And that oath means you protect the people.
Night, Sharon.
See why I said at the beginning I don't do politics, and here I'm doing it. Wheel within a wheel. It's a wheel within a wheel.
Well, and I'm just trying to understand what each.
He is drinking. I won't answer him anymore. Kentucky Patriot, I'm sorry. I apologize. But yes, I am.
What each whatever you call it. Yes, I'm trying to understand where the military stands because I'm sitting here looking at the border, and Texas they've got the Lone Star thing they made down there. They've got National Guard, they've got the Border Patrol, they've got, and it's still happening. And so I'm not understanding that. Texas is paying to rebuild the wall. The wall is being rebuilt. I just saw that today. It
Did you see Ian Ridge Runner's statement? And that's all I was trying to say. He said it best. He said it better than I did.
okay.
Do you want me to give you a civilian answer to what you're talking about with the different divisions?
And I appreciate that, Tennessee. What?
We'll take up here any highway starting with a 4, 48, 401, 4, whatever, is considered Ontario provincial police jurisdiction. So I stupidly put a car on a trailer, took up 48 so I'd get it fixed for my daughter, and I lost control because of the way people were driving, trying to go up there. And I flipped the whole thing, didn't flip the truck. So would be York Regional Police show up. So I'm not injured. You know, I don't need an ambulance. The 2 officers evaluate that. You know, they spent almost an hour sitting on the hood of their car till an OPP officer came up from the 401. I had to sit there. Jurisdiction, Bonnie. Jurisdiction. Same with the military. Who crosses over what? My point is this: you could have a situation if it's not clearly defined. Whoever's present's got to wait for the other one. Tripping over each other's feet. But you know that when you got arrested between the board, you know, between the 2 counties or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, it's a trite example of bringing military forces. You know, my dad told me one thing. He was wounded in Belgium, and they got him out anyway. When they started to go into Berlin, you know, in World War II, the final days, of course, you'd have a lot of British generals who got sent home because they caused problems and killed people. But they were told, the Canadian, that was their first. They were told, wait for the Americans. Wait, you're going to wait till they get here. You know, it's
Huh.
you know it's ridiculous. You know, who gets the glory? Who gets to blow the Iron Cross off the building? You've seen that where they wire it and blow it up. You know, I don't want to go there, but do you know the United States, World War I and II, do you know what put you into the war?
Our government.
You didn't go until 41. You started in 39. Same thing in World War I. There was a weapons depot off of New York City. The island was full of weapons. The Germans sent a spy in there and blew it up. Americans go, uh-oh. I think we better take this serious. Now you can talk about Pearl Harbor and all these things all you want, but that's what was going on. You know, I'm not putting it down. I mean, if a country drags its feet to go to war, not wanting it, I commend that, unless it's blatant. You know, but I don't know. None of it makes sense. Well,
Yeah.
World War one chancellor or one German gets executed, assassinated, and the world goes to war. What? One man. But anyway. But yeah, where's the jurisdiction? Who handles what? You know, I don't know. So it's not just America. Do you know how many British generals and officers got sent home to sit in their parlor with their smoking jacket, having killed tens of thousands of Canadians with stupidity? And they sat there with their smoking jackets. And they retired. You know, it's infuriating to me. So anyway.
Good evening, Valerie.
Hey, hi everybody.
How are you?
All right.
I like this guy.
Hey, watch how you doing? Yeah. What Shane was talking about succeed, and Texas was threatened to succeed, but it was other states too. It was 17 states altogether. Now let's just say they succeed and they want to leave the union. They can take the National Guard, because the National Guard is actually for the states. And the governor could override the president and take the National Guard. Matter of fact, if the president say, I want the National Guard to go here, the governor can override it. Because remember, George Washington, one of the reasons why he became president is because he was able to bring the National Guard together, because they was divided in colonies. So yes, but on the federal side, when we get to the Army, the Navy, and the Marines, yes, they did sign a contract. But also, you got to understand, let's just say they come and we're fighting. We are the people. So who they're going to be protecting? Remember, they will be protecting like the president and the senators and things like that. But we have to understand that when they come in and try to fight, who they're going to fight against, because they supposed to be protecting us. So if we fighting, how they going to fight against us? That's when the law started coming in, and that's when people's going to say, wait a minute. If I go against the South, I'm supposed to protect the South. If I go against the North, I'm supposed to be protecting the North. But that's when the court and all of that come in, and that's where the confusion will come in. That's when the confusion come in. But if the states want to succeed, they can succeed if they pass the law within the state to do so. Now, the government can fight against that, but he will be stuck. The president they will be stuck. Well, remember years ago, it was a guy before World War I. His name was Stephen Butler. And J.P. Morgan and some of the wealthy people was trying to take over the government. He said that in front of Congress. He was going to it was about 500,000 people. He had an army. They had an army. J.P. Morgan, Rockefeller, and a couple others, because they was against um, not Teddy, Franklin Roosevelt, when he was passing a lot of those laws that they thought was communist laws, social programs. And Speedy, the general at that time, which they did the movie Forrest Gump. A lot of that movie was about him. He was a great general before World War I. And he said they was going to try to take over the government. This was in the United States. And he showed how wealthy people was going around pushing the United States to go take over other countries, put different governments in there and things like that. They passed laws then there to block things like that when he said that. Matter of fact, he was against us going to war in World War I.
Correct me if I'm wrong from Canada's side, when you look at what you said is true. The National Guard. Nixon had his finger on that button like a hotline. Get the National Guard, get the National Guard. But it always took the governor to allow it.
Right.
If he said no, it didn't happen.
Right. Right. Yeah. If the governor said no, it wasn't going to happen.
Yeah. That's what I found from up here looking at the United States.
Yeah.
I know when Abbott kept asking for the National Guard at the border, it took quite a while to get them. Because
Yeah,
the
because-
soldiers going to the border didn't do nothing.
Right. And he could now, when he was going through it, he was trying to do it, what you call it, lawfully. He was trying to compromise. He could have, if he could have found something in the law, which would be, let's just say, Texas said those people that's coming over is causing not a pandemic, but an emergency. That the state of Texas need this because they are in danger. He had every right. He has every right to do that.
Okay. It seems like we were put in a state of emergency.
Right, and that's why they now he could go back and forth with the president and things like that, go to court and stuff like that. But he can override. All governors can override when it comes to
Yeah. The federal government is suing Texas for a lot of the things that Abbott has done for the good. But and those are the things that people don't see. And I know he's probably been compromised, yes, but I've seen him all through this whole 2-year thing trying to go against the government in so many things. And that's why it shocked me about Lubbock. Lubbock is a sanctuary city for, well, it became the first sanctuary city for abortions and against abortions. And then the whole state went against abortions. So now Oklahoma and New Mexico and all them get the Louisiana is where everybody goes now. And everybody's upset about that. Paxton just made it to where there's no Pride Week in school because June is Pride Month. And he said that there shouldn't be a week in the schools when they have a whole month. That it was almost against the law. So I don't know. It's
well,
I just want to see Texas change.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would. I think a lot of people, because I think everybody, especially since that the way the election went. So, and the way the election went, and the turnout that it did, it violated people's rights. That's what they feel as far as like Texas and the other states. Their rights has been violated. The federal government did not do its job with what it's supposed to have done when it comes to electing a president. and they feel when they did that, their votes did not count, and by their votes did not count, their rights has been violated, which is absolutely, I can see that within the law, especially when a lot of those states didn't bring things to court. And a lot of things they were saying, oh, it was you didn't bring it fast enough up to the court. And then the way they was passing laws because of the pandemic, which violated the court federal rules and the regulations and state regulations. So people had every right to protest and to speak out because according to the laws and interpretation of the laws, their rights have been violated. Especially how the states pass laws. So and it was a difference the way they did things due to the pandemic, how they went and like for instance, when what was it? The woman who ran for governor in Georgia, her name was Abrams. She actually went to her sister, who's a judge, and had laws passed, voting laws passed due to the pandemic. Now, I couldn't find anything in the law that's, to me, that would be a conflict of interest. And I could not.
You're talking about Stacey Abrams, and she was one of the ones that her company that she owns and runs, was one of the ones that was running the audits.
Well, I don't know what laws she went. I was just focusing on how she went to the judge, which is her sister.
Yeah, which is her sister. Yeah,
had laws passed.
You are correct.
Yeah, so
you are correct.
I think that's.
I'm not arguing with that one bit because that was a true statement.
Right. I think that's that. I think that is a major. I could not find. I tried my best to research. I could not find how she was able to bring court cases and how that didn't violate or.
Well, it's conflict of interest, and it should have never been brought up. It's conflict of interest.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. What, did somebody forget how to spell conflict of interest?
Right. That's why when I seen that, I was like, well, it must have been some type of laws passed or whatever that I didn't know about. And I tried to research to see, unless they did something within that pandemic, or I don't know. But that is a big hit. And when people see that, that's a violation. That's a violation of people's rights.
I can't understand down there. Have you had a judge up here? If somebody comes in, clearly the person there's related.
Right.
You're risking a hell of a lot to even start to hear one word of it out of anybody's mouth.
Right. Right.
If you don't dismiss yourself, it's not elected here.
Right.
It could be appointed, whatever. You could face criminal charges.
Right. Right. That's why I was just so amazed that I was like, why I couldn't understand it. I could not understand it, but that's why I understand why people. That's one of the reasons, and the things that were happening in Wisconsin, in Madison, Wisconsin, how they put those things out for the mail-in votes everywhere, and they put all of those out in a lot of those cities. Yeah, so
drop boxes.
Yeah, drop boxes, and the way they went through the law to do it, because they were saying about it. They went through the pandemic, and by it being a pandemic, they went through those laws. But the laws that they did not violate even the state and the federal law. So when they tried to take it to court, all of us, we were saying, "Oh, you didn't have enough evidence, or it was too late for you to bring it to court." These things they had in place, it was strategically done. You can see it, but
did you not remember that it was too early, and then to bring it, and then it was too late.
Too late, yeah.
Yeah, it was always some excuse,
right? Or it wasn't enough efficient evidence to show it was needed to go to court. Even up to the Supreme Court.
And
Well, the
see,
Supreme Court said that Supreme Court said we cannot make a decision when it comes to this, which was shocking to me.
and that's what gets me here is okay, after the 2020, we had over 200 arrests of voter, the counters, whatever you call them, the workers that do the polls. So we had over 200 arrests. Then we just had the early voting, and Harris County, I'm not sure if it's the biggest county in Texas. It's where Houston is. It's where all the trouble is. And so they already said that this woman's been arrested because she was the top person at this one polling place, that one of the poll workers got too tired and didn't count 10,000 of the votes. Well, you don't do that. So what I'm saying is, though, that the arrests are being made here whenever these things are happening, but it's still happening. And so, no, we don't trust the voting system. And in Texas, you have to have 2 forms of ID. We have to take in our driver's license and our registration card to be able to vote. And we do, well, where I live, we do paper ballots in a box. There's no machine, there's no drop boxes, there's nothing like that.
Yeah, but see, that's why like what you just said, like people like you just said, it's a count and they don't have machines, and that's just why people say that rights is being violated, because like you don't have machines, y'all count by hands, but then another county, they have machines, and it's showed up that it's more people voted in this county than the people live in the county.
Yes.
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 I understand your paper ballots. We still have it, and there's a lot of problems, a lot of polls, and trying to get it counted. So if somebody comes up with a bright idea, let's get a machine. You got to be joking. That's the easiest rigged thing going.
Right.
Is a machine.
Right. And that's why the machines violate the people, like what she's saying, because they count it, so they get the correct count. But then when you go to a county that has the machines, it offsets you. It offsets what you have done.
Our votes. Exactly.
Right. Because of what's going on in another county, and they use the machines, and there's more people that vote in there than the people that actually live there. That right there should be corrected ASAP. But it's like it is ignored a lot of times. So
look at it this way: you go to a lawyer, you sign things. After you had the machine sign, is that legal? And yet you're going to vote with it. It's contrary. It's astounding.
Yes. Well, and even whenever they did the audits, like Canadian Patriot just said, all 50 states had corruption. There wasn't a state that didn't. And so thankfully we were still red, but I'm questioning this now. I mean, like 2022, we're not going to make it to 2024, but
only thing I worry about when they say purple, it's a lot in there, because you got people that's coming in, like y'all know, coming over the border. Then you have a lot of people from California that's moving to Texas due to the high taxes in California. So how are they going to vote?
exactly.
They're going to vote. You see what I'm saying? So then you got people that live in the urban neighborhood that mostly vote on the left, but then you have some that is down the middle. So it's like you actually don't know, because the way the voting system works, they could say, well, since we had a flux of people that came from California, they voted from the left. But it doesn't make any sense. Well, what I'm saying, this is my opinion, doesn't make a lot of sense for them to vote left when the left is the reason why they left California, because of the high taxes. So are they going to have that mentality? Am I still going to vote left? Because the state that I came from is left. They put high taxes. Should I keep voting left for them to come take over and put taxes on me like they did in California? I'm hoping that their mentality is thinking that way.
Well, and that's most of them say that they are getting away from that because of that. That they're moving here because it is red, and they want to keep it that way. But then there's some that have businesses here,
Right.
but their home base is in California. And so that's another thing in the voting. If you have businesses in a state, they have actually, the place where my daughter works has a business in 5 different states. So is that business allowed to vote in each one of those states, or?
Oh yeah, I think a lot of them is moving their business to Texas too.
Yes.
Because of the high taxes that they're even doing in business in California. I would just like to have somewhere. I would like to have Ron Paul. You know, I know he's not going to run. He lives in Texas, and the place he would be the only person that I would. Because I think he's a true when it comes to a patriot and freedom for all. I think he would be the true person. He wants to get rid of the Fed, the big government, and all those things that is wrapped up into it. I think that he will be a perfect candidate, but I know he's not going to run. I think he's too old. Yeah.
You hit a point there. Are you aware of just how many major corporations are registered as headquarters in Delaware, and why?
Because of you registered because of the business tax. Yeah, they don't have tax. Corporate tax. I think it's corporate tax, right?
Money. It's always money. Tax.
Yeah, corporate tax. Yeah.
You don't have to turn it in to the IRS.
Right.
They do.
Right.
And so and they can call and ask, and they can't see who actually owns a business. It's the same way if you go through Nevada. I've got 3 companies through Nevada right now. It's because they don't have to tell you who owns the damn company, and you don't have to pay the damn taxes. Doesn't matter where you live, you can have it through them. And that's the difference. Is I want to tell you something. If people will go read the tax law, it says citizens of the United States.
Right.
And you go look at the definition of citizen, which there was none. So the Congress decided on a decision. And the decision was it meant anybody that works for the government or is under government pay. Now, I'm going to tell you something. Wait a minute. That makes a lot of difference, doesn't it? When you're just an American person in the private sector. So, in other words, that makes you an American national, and you're not liable for taxes. Now, go read it. Now, don't believe me. Go read it. And it's all in there. I've read every damn page. And I want to tell you something. It took me 2.5 years to read every page.
Oh my God.
But the thing is, you still, even though after you read it, you still pay taxes though, right?
No, I do not.
You don't pay taxes,
No.
so you don't buy anything.
Well, I pay. Okay, here's the thing: a flat tax is one thing. I don't mind paying a flat tax,
But
but
you
the
said
federal government tax, the federal government tax, is bullshit. It
but
is a
we shouldn't
friggin'
pay.
lie.
But then if you just said the way the sentence it is, we shouldn't even pay no tax then. Why pay
Well,
if you say it's
here's one thing I will say: I do believe in a flat tax. I believe that yes, because
Is that
somebody has to help us keep the roads up. Somebody has to help us keep our, our ditches clean and mowed. So I believe in that.
you're
But
talking about a state sales tax
uh,
that
well,
goes just to the state?
right, right. It's
Yes,
a
I
state
agree
sale.
with that too.
I don't mind that. But to pay a federal tax, if you'll read the tax codes, it says citizens, which is you work for the government. That's the only people that should pay taxes. The government should get their money from uh, putting on tariffs or what, or donations and all that. There was, and so it's very. I mean, I could go off, but I
well,
can't.
I perfect see. I agree with you saying, but this is how they looking at it. Once you agree to a state tax, and since the state is under and put them under the federal government, they can say, well, we can since you agree to that state tax, you can also apply to this federal tax. Me, like Ron Paul said, there's no tax.
Well, and that's
Let's
true
let's
too.
let's just have if we need to help or things like that, then we put that in probably like once a year or once every 6 months or something like that. But let's not pick because once we get into that pick and choosing, that's when things start coming in and be like, well, you agreed to that, so you should be able to do this. You agreed.
That's one reason that I do what I do. They'll send me a 1099. I won't even fill it out. I don't do it because it's not my problem.
And
I agree. If we want to help people, I agree to do it like it's in the Bible. Do it to have somebody or to a Levite or a priest, something like that. But to agree with any tax, when it comes to like that, once they say that, then they're gonna say, well, then if you agree to this, then okay, we need this, we need that. Oh
yeah,
no, I don't want to get that back and forth, and I don't want to get into that. I will help out the poor because God wants me to. God wants me to help out things and what's going on. God, I will agree on that because that's what God wants me to do. But I'm not going to get up here and agree on no tax period. Tax period.
and that's if we own a business, then we have to pay a quarterly tax or
Right.
however you want to pay it. It's usually quarterly, and that is
Why?
to the federal government.
Why? Let me
Right.
ask you.
That's the thing. If you agree to a quarterly tax to the federal government, then you're telling then you got to see what they're putting in. They're gonna say, okay, since you agree to this, then you have to agree to this. Then you have to agree to that.
Yes.
Then you have to agree to
Yes.
this. No.
You agreed that you owed them, and there's nothing saying that you owed them. And that's
Yes.
the thing.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. I don't want to agree with anything. The only thing I want to agree with is something to pay a priest, like it's done in the Bible, to take care of the poor or the less unfortunate. Yes. But anything outside of that, no, I would not agree. That's what Ron Paul said. No.
And
Okay, I understand. So not even on products.
Right. Not even on products, nothing.
So
Only thing that you like when you say quarterly, that quarterly is going to the less unfortunate people who needs it, the elderly, the widows, things like that. But anything outside of that, no, I don't agree with. Because then you're going to come and ask for more. Then you're going to want this. Then you're going to want that. No, if a bridge need to be built, we got companies around here. We got people around here to build the bridge. No, I don't need that. We got people in our state or people that knows how to build a bridge. We can do that ourselves. I don't want to agree to that because once I agree to it, I got you. You're going to be piling on other things. That's where we are today.
And Von Eric, that's exactly what I'm saying. Whenever I keep saying we need to get self-sufficient, is exactly what you are talking about. If we need a bridge, somebody comes and builds the bridge.
Yeah. And people come together and pay them. I don't need the government to say, well, we need this bridge. We want your money so we can pay. If we can do things ourselves, okay, let's do that ourselves. We can pick the people that we want to build it, and we pay them. What? No,
But then, how do we set up the people? Okay, like some of us who can't work. That are Social Security, disability, whatever, how would we take care of them?
Do that like what you said. Do that quarterly. Like you said, do that quarterly, or we have something that we set up like they did biblically, and we have something set up like that we pay, and that is for that. For like you said, the elderly, the widows, the people that's less unfortunate. Yes, we would do that for that. But when it comes to outside of that, I don't. Now they may say they need something to protect and stuff like that. Well, I mean, I can understand that, but I don't want to agree on no sales tax, no product tax, none of that, because
here's the thing: a consumer good. Okay, pay your taxes on it when you buy it. Okay, I understand that. But once it's yours, why in the hell do you still get taxed for it a year later? That is BS. And that's the one thing that I get pissed off about.
Yeah, but what are you talking about, Shane? I'm not following you. You buy something.
We used to have, it just quit this year, but we used to have a personal property tax, which there was only 2 states in the United States that would charge you for a personal property tax. In other words, every year you get a tax. I get $176, $200 tax
on your
for having
property,
a refrigerator, a washer, dryer, and stove.
Are y'all talking about that new tax I heard they're talking about?
No, I have not. But
No.
No, we wouldn't talk about that yet. Give me just a second, Chuck. But
oh no.
But it's one of those deals. We just finally got rid of that. But the thing is, then they added it to my property tax. I'm going to tell you something. A piece of property, let's say you buy a home or some land. You know what that is? It's a consumer good. You bought it with your own damn money.
That's not a luxury.
You paid taxes the whole damn time you was paying for it. And now they want to tax you every year for it. And I think that is friggin' wrong. And I think it needs to go.
That's why the government can come in and take our property because we're paying taxes on it.
Right.
No, they can't. No, they can't. I read.
Well, in their eyes, they can.
Yeah, in their eyes. You're right. In their eyes.
Yeah.
Yes. If you read the laws, they can't come touch it. Once it's yours and it's paid off, or even if it's not paid off, they can't come take it from you because now it is your personal. It is a consumer product, not a commodity.
Unless they do eminent domain.
They can't. They'll try that horse crap, but it doesn't matter. If they're not building a road through my house, they have no business getting eminent domain.
Yeah, but it had other ways. But they got so many. That's why I say don't pay no taxes, because I don't want to. I think once you, even in a sales tax, you're committing yourself. I don't want to commit. If we are free, that your mentality should be free. No, I don't want no taxes. I don't care what it is. A sales tax
Whoops.
should not be implemented, especially when you said about the citizens and how they did it. It should not be implemented. It should be that on our discretion, who, as the people in this America, we should take care of, just like Ron Paul said. Because once you start getting into the tax thing, like he said, look what they're doing with the tax money. You got look at that bill that he just passed. He said he's not going to tax people for for people that's making under 400,000. But a lot of people don't know in that bill it's a tax law that's just been expired. That law that's been expired that he didn't renew is going to tax people under $100,000.
Oh, it's going to tax. No, it's going to tax them under $40,000.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Those trickery laws that they have in place, and then we got inflation. Then we got they raise taxes on gas, which raises taxes on everything else. So once that is implemented, because a tax was implemented, it started off with one tax, then it spread it.
Right.
And I'm saying the same thing as Ron Paul, no taxes. Or you could do this. I did hear a flat tax. That means one flat tax. But I'm so scared that bad boy, this is just me, my opinion. I'm so scared once you commit to a flat tax, they may change it to something else, and then we back to where we are. But I understand a flat tax. I'm just me, scared.
Bonnie, can I say something, Bonnie?
Hang on just 1 second. Canadian Patriot.
Hello, Miss Bonnie. Hello,
Bonnie,
Shane. Hi, Blackwatch. Hi,
Hi.
Von Eric.
Hey,
Hi, everybody in chat. Hey, Shane, can I ask you a question?
Yes, you can, hon.
Can Devil Dog show you by fact in the tax codes where it says right in there that you are not required to pay tax unless you are a federal employee?
I've got a whole book on it. And I've even got the 1100 series, which is outlawed to own. And I've got that series. And they scramble that shit up in the IRS so you can't find it. They changed it up because they went in to change it in 1978. And they figured out they couldn't change it because what was going to happen was because too many people, it was going to take 100 people, and then they was going to figure out that it was all a joke. It was all a scam. So what they did was they said, okay, we're not going to rechange everything. So they just scrambled it. They mixed that crap up. And
But it's in there, right?
Yes, I've even got the 1100 series.
Devil Dog hasn't paid it for years.
I went 15 years without paying it.
Yep. And I knew Shane had said that too. Yep. Because they know it's in there and they can bring it forward if the IRS challenges them on it.
Oh, and there's nothing they can do because they wasn't personally there to see you accepted it. So
Exactly.
So if they sign their name saying they personally seen that you own it, you can sue them in a civil court and win.
So what taxes are you talking about, Shane? What taxes you talking about?
Any
Federal.
federal.
So you saying that?
It's in the tax codes.
So anything that we do, right? We should pay federal taxes.
If you're in the private sector, you shouldn't own them. Now, if you work for the government, then yes, you're going to pay them because that is by requirement. And when you sign a W-2 saying that you will owe taxes, you just committed a felony because you fraudulently signed a federal piece of paper saying you owed money.
Mm-hmm. Has anybody taken to court for that and won?
Yes. Yes.
Shane
then
hasn't paid for years, and neither has Devil Dog, because they know the codes.
And there's
But they pay federal taxes, or everybody pays federal tax. If you go to
Because they don't know any better.
no,
They don't know what's in there.
So you saying you get every bit of your money back from the federal government that you paid throughout the whole year?
No, I don't pay any government money into the government, so I don't
They
get any
don't file
back.
taxes. They don't file taxes because it
just don't
says
even
right in
know
the
how.
tax code.
So wait a minute. So okay, hold up. You say you don't file taxes, right? But yet you pay, yet you wait a minute, hold up, but yet you pay federal taxes.
No. I don't even pay them.
You go to the you get a cell phone bill?
You know, that's a flat tax. If I pay a cell phone bill, that's for them.
That's a federal tax in there. That's a federal tax.
It doesn't matter. I don't pay.
If you pay a cell phone bill or any bill, you paying federal tax.
Well, let me ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
How much money you get from your cell phone bill every year when you file your taxes?
Listen, I don't want to pay that.
Damn dime.
Listen, I don't want to pay that, but I do. Everybody does. I don't even want to pay that. I don't want to pay no tax. Matter of fact, I don't want to pay
flat tax because anything you buy or pay for, you're going to pay money on it.
Okay, a combined tax. We're talking about the federal IRS that sends you your tax papers every year, expecting you to claim and pay taxes. In their own code, it says you are not required to pay it unless you are a federal employee.
Exactly. So I'm asking you the question. Then why are they charging us on, like what I just gave you, on the bills that we pay?
Because it's combined.
Huh?
Because it's combined.
But why? That's what I'm saying. Why?
Because they're getting away with it.
Exactly. So you're saying, what you're saying is, I pay federal taxes through my bills, but I just don't file it. You giving away money. That makes that's like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to give away just money. You're paying tax. You're paying federal taxes like you just explained, which you say is the law, which we shouldn't do, not even in bills. We should not even pay a penny, a half a penny.
No, you shouldn't, but you're splitting hairs here. We're talking about the IRS papers that they send you every year. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about bills that have combined taxes.
Don't those hairs you said splitting adds up? People wants that money. You're telling the people, you know what? Don't file the taxes, but pay the taxes. Do your bills. Do everything that you go out through the world and you pay for. You're saying, go ahead and pay that, but just don't file it. No, that makes no economically sense when you want to keep your money. I don't want to pay anything, but you're saying, go ahead and pay it.
Can I ask all you one thing? And I mean you no offense. Can somebody tell me where the bottle of Ativan is? Because you do realize you're spinning in circles here, with all due respect. You know?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. If you just if you read the code, Shane knows it, Devil Dog knows it. Neither of them paid federal tax for years. When the papers come in, they don't file them, they don't pay them, and the IRS don't come after them because they know the rules. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to step down.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Q65.
Brenda.
But I'm gonna say something. I've got some company that showed up, so I'm probably gonna step down for just a bit, and then Bonnie, I will get a hold of you in here in a bit.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm gonna step down because I need to see what's up. So anyway, guys, the
Thank you for coming up.
conversation is one of my favorite, which is taxes, but I'm going to have to step away for a bit. So, love you all. Sorry.
Love you.
Von Eric,
Hey,
it was awesome to
man.
finally get to visit with you. I've heard you a time or two, but I wasn't on panel when I heard you the first time or two.
Oh, okay.
You're some fresh light
Yes.
of the same old crap that I hear every day. So no, it was a good time. So I'm not going to argue with you, and I'm not going to complain. I really enjoyed it, but I got to step away for a bit, guys.
That's no problem. I enjoy talking to you.
You know,
All right.
you know what we have up here is the CRA, Canadian Revenue Agency, which is your IRS. Their mission statement for their corporation is we will go forth, beat your ass whenever we want to. You can't sue us and you can't fire us. You want to take something down? Take down the IRS and the CRA first. And
I think that's true, but just like we was just talking about, now people, they say they don't pay taxes. I understand that. I agree with that. I agree with where it's going. But I just want people to understand what's about to take place, because they said that they don't pay, and the federal government didn't come after them yet. Now, we all know that he just put in the bill that he's about to hire 80,000 more people for the IRS. Where's he hiring for?
Oh,
no,
wow.
you're right, Eric. You got, if something's coming up, you got to bring it. You know, it's pertinent. It's today.
Yeah,
But it's inherent. Up here, I think it was before 1920 something. 1990. Yeah, 1920. They brought in income tax. Like your wages. You know what they promised? As soon as the war debt's paid off, it's going to go away. Yeah, you believe that one.
Right. Now, he's hiring 80. Matter of fact, they just said it with the woman that was speaking in front of Congress about it. 80,000 IRS agents extra.
Yeah.
Wow.
80,000.
They actually thought they were getting rid of the IRS.
No.
I understood.
That is in the bill for the IRS to hire 80,000 people. I hope people don't think they hiring them for the rich people.
You know, my little excursion with the CRA, they made a mistake. I told them for 5 months, you made a mistake. You've taken away the automatic check because of what's going on. No, we didn't. I said, I've done that job. Have I stayed at it for 50 years? In any event, you know, pay it back. And there's this cost. And I said, tell you what, this is a young lady. I said, tell you what, I'm going to charge you the fee for me maintaining it. She says to me, that's a threat? Because they do get foul language. Is that a threat? And I said, look, you take it any bloody way you want. You want to send the feds? Come get me. You have a 21-year-old woman that's going to beat my ass and threaten me? I don't think so. Yeah. But people's blood pressure are rising with this. You know that.
Right. And I just want to say one thing, because one thing about what my dad and what I raised, my dad was a pastor, and he always said, oh, information is power, and always search for information to get you through whatever comes back. Okay. Now, they have it in this bill. Now, I listened to that whole 80% of it, because I got to go and finish the rest of it later on tonight. The whole the lady who's in charge of the economic, the budget and everything, and she spoke in front of Congress, and they was asking her questions and things like that. And one of the questions the guy brought up was, she's supposed to be taxing the billionaires. Now, you could be a billionaire. They said Jeff Bezos. I'm gonna use him as an example. He's a billionaire. They say
his wife got finished with him. He wasn't.
Right. Now he's supposed to be a billionaire, but on paper he's not a billionaire. when he put his assets away and he pays himself as a millionaire. Okay, so he pays himself as a millionaire. Do you know he applied? He can apply to get government assistance for that child tax credit, and he's a billionaire. He can apply that because he is able to do that because the way he pay himself.
Yeah.
Now,
in actuality, he's no longer the CEO of Amazon. He's above that.
right, he's above that, but he pays himself as a millionaire. Now, Whistler just said that he went up on taxes on a billionaire, right? This is the trickery in the bill. I went up and I say I'm going to tax the billionaires, but the millionaires, I'm going to cut their taxes. Wait a minute now. So I can keep my assets here, pay myself as a millionaire, and get a tax cut. But you saying that you put, now this is what's in the bill. In the bill, they want to tax uncompromised gains tax. Think about that and look that up. Uncompromising gains tax. That means they're trying to tax assets that they're not even using.
Yeah, but you do realize something, Eric. Like, you people go on about the Constitution, George Washington. I'm not going to condemn that. Fine. They got amendments. They got layers upon layers.
Exactly.
You want even in this country to take down the tax system? It's impossible. It's impossible. Right. Nobody knows where the first log got laid for the foundation.
Exactly. It's so, like you just said, it's perfectly said. It's so many amendments in that Constitution and things like that. They implement laws that the people allow to take place. And by they allow it to take place, those laws are implemented. And then they carry it out. So what you're saying is absolutely right. But people need to understand, don't just look at the overall, but look in it. Now, they just said sovereignty is coming. That means that when they say uncompromising, just look at it, because a Republican asked him a question. And when he said this, people need to wake up, because he said uncompromising capital gains tax. Do you know what that means if that goes into law? That means he can come after people who has 401k.
You know, if you understood some of the cases, so one in case in point, you ever watch a movie, Screen Gems and all this, and you see all the little, nice little icons going by. And at the bottom it says Entertainment by Trends America Corporation.
Yeah.
The IRS for 3 years audited them. They gave, at the end of 3 years, they gave up. They couldn't trace the money up the pyramid. They had no clue, none whatsoever, and they gave up.
Yeah.
That shows you what these corporations are. It shows you what they are. You know.
And then they said, in that, if you don't believe me, just go watch that whole, when she spoke in front of Congress. Just go watch it and listen to Republican Smith, and there's another guy that came after him, and they said it's depleting right now. Social Security, the Highway Administration, where you put taxes in there for the highways and things like that, and Medicare, they are depleting.
Wow.
Now, and guess what? They didn't have nothing in the bill for it depleting.
Put it in perspective. You guys are passing 1.5 and $2 trillion bills.
Right.
$1 trillion.
Yeah. And have nothing in there for Medicare, Social Security, and that Highway Administration where they take. It's depleting. These three organizations, they are depleting. And he's about to pass $1 trillion, over $1 trillion bill, and you don't have nothing in place.
Right.
That lets you know what they are doing.
Just a conceptual fact. What comes after $1 trillion? Is there a word? I don't think so.
Right. I guess.
Trillion.
Yeah. What you say? It's quadrillion? Or
yeah.
Is this what caused the Boston Tea Party?
Probably. Sure.
Yeah.
Think about it. Wait, but sorry, Bonnie, go ahead.
So that's why they keep putting amendments to cover
Yeah,
that never happening again.
yeah, yeah.
And they always have a loophole in that amendment.
Oh, yeah, and those amendments. Yeah. Now, you was talking, Bonnie, you was talking about the wall, right? Remember, Trump passed a bill, right, for that wall to be completed. Matter of fact, it was 1.9 billion, right?
It was paid for.
Right, it was paid for, right? Do
All
you
the materials, everything.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But do you know, in that bill, in that law, they gave the president discretion to take that money away, which he did, which Biden just did. He took that money that Trump put in for the wall. He took it and applied to the COVID thing.
Yeah.
But gave him power to do that. He has power to do that. Do like what Blackwatch was talking about, amendments and things like that they do. He has power to do that.
Yes. So now Texas is paying for the wall.
Basically, yeah.
When you talk about Elon Musk, everybody says about him a genius. He is. Think about this for a minute, and it'll take a few minutes to say it. When he talks to somebody, scientists, whatever, engineers, don't tell me why it can't be done. Come back when you've done it. Now, if you look at NASA, everybody's, NASA, look what they've done. They're just, the brains of the brains of the brains. Yet they sent up a rocket. You go through the different series of rockets, the space shuttle. And somebody said to them, the main mounting cone to the space shuttle. Yeah. What if you didn't paint it? You don't get it back.
Right.
Look at the money you save. What about the booster rockets? What if you brought them back to Earth? That's what Musk has done. It's astounding with all these super intelligent geniuses. And they say, it's about $100 million to paint that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Save that.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the booster rockets come down on the ship?
Mm-hmm.
When Musk does it right down, like God himself placed it on the ship. But NASA, we can't figure it out.
And think about it, that NASA, all those rockets that they have, the Elon Musk and Bezos and the guy from Virgin Records, they using the rockets that NASA built, because NASA was just building rockets. Which those rockets they can use over and over. But they did not do that, because if they did, they wouldn't got the funding. So what they did, they were just building rockets, just building brand new ones, instead of using the ones that they had over and over again. But look where the people's tax money went, building new rockets.
It's ridiculous when you look at it.
Yeah, it is.
It's patriotism. You can't go against NASA.
Right.
There's things up here too.
Right.
You can't. You're not a patriot.
Right.
But look at Musk.
Right.
That's exactly what he does. Don't tell me why it can't be done. Come back when you've done it. That's his philosophy.
Yeah. That's why I pay close attention. That's why I like Ron Paul, because Ron Paul's like, we need to get rid of the Federal Reserve, and he talked about the IRS. He said the way it is structured needs to go.
Yeah.
The whole thing needs to go, because the way it's structured, the monetary spending, the way it's structured, is not helping. It's not patriotism at all. He said, why can't a person on their property open up a pharmacy to help people? Why only Walgreens, CVS, and those people can open up different places all over, but the people like you and I can't do it?
Well, the answer to that. It's obvious.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Right. So that's why he said the way the government is structured today and things, it all has to go. That's the reason why I say, as far as taxes, because he said it makes sense. Nah.
Yeah, but Eric, there's a thing Shane and I talked about, but I'll put it up to you. when you take a car to the records, you better have a real good car to replace it, or you're going to walk.
Right.
I haven't seen a new car to replace the one going to the records. Up there, down there, or up here.
Right.
To pull the laws apart, to pull the income tax structure apart, to pull these things, nobody knows where it started.
Exactly. That's true. That is true.
They have no idea, and the amount of money you pay to do that, and the idiots you'll hire to do it, that'll bleed you dry.
Right.
You know, it's like I say, we had World War One. Well, we got to pay it off. So
Right.
we'll have this tax, and then when it's paid off, it'll go. It's the people of the day. They should have said, "I'm done." It should have been transparent. The debt's been paid off. That's it. You're not getting a cent out of me. Then you know about the robber barons through the Great Depression. I mean, this topic is very tenuous, Bonnie. You know, the robber barons. Have you not heard of them? The 20s?
Yeah. Yeah. Robert Burns. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
For all of them. I mean, this is.
Yeah.
This,
Yeah. That's what that was the rob when they had the Civil War. Many of the Rob Burns was coming taking people's lands and after the Civil War. And through that time, through the Civil War, Rob Burns was coming. But yeah, heard of them. Yeah.
We had a small example of that in Toronto, Maple Leaf Gardens. Everybody heard about that. Conn Smythe, the biggest criminal. You know how he built that thing? He said to the workers, "I'll give you shares." And once it got going, he paid a penny on the dollar. Our Canadian robber baron.
Right.
I used to go there and I'd see his picture on the wall and I'd throw a hamburger or a hot dog.
Oh snap! Yeah.
You know,
But I just think that, like you said, no one knows where that tax thing come from now. Maybe we could go in biblically and find out. You know, they had all types of things biblically in the Bible, but you know, I haven't seen it when it comes to like what you're saying, the government or things like that. I haven't, unless they started out biblically and did it, and then after that they started adding on to it. That's the only way I'm understanding it or seeing it.
I mean, I'm a little bit biased on a lot of this. I know an awful lot of retired sergeants from Toronto Police Force. I hear their stories. My dad worked, he only had grade 6, but he was a head appraiser. You know, when the bonded trucks come in, the trailer, to clear it, and so it's released to General Motors, whoever. But there's one guy, Eric, that had a business, this George Foot Carve-Out Speed and Custom. So my dad called him one day, and he says, "George, yeah," he said, "I'm not calling you. This isn't official."
Mm-hmm.
He said, "Go to your appraisers, go to your brokers and your appraisers and redo this time frame." You know, Eric, he got back $3.5 million in tax.
Right.
The appraiser made a mistake. So my point is this: there's good people. I mean, you know, federal employees, police officers. You know, I once asked them. I go to a party, and they're off-duty police. They're going to be in the corner. I have to go after them. So I asked him why, and he said, "Well, the simple thing is we'll be standing there. You know how people come up, why'd I get this ticket?"
Mm-hmm.
Why, you know, we're never off duty, you know, so, you know, we sometimes paint ourselves into the corner.
Yeah, that's true. I see your point on that also.
I have sergeants to me, and you know what they're most proud of in their career? They never unholstered their gun, not once.
Mm-hmm.
Very proud of it, you know. So
I had a couple of friends and family. Yeah, they was the same way. Never unholstered their gun. Man, but they a lot of them don't work at the police. They retired now. They would say they will never come back due to what a lot of stuff that's going on now with the crime has went up a lot.
But these topics, they're a wheel within a wheel within a wheel, and then every wheel's on fire right now.
Yep. I agree with that. It's a lot of, I perfectly agree.
You know what I said to the CRA? I said, you know what my dream was? These kids.
Mhm.
What was that? I said, I'd be born. I'd start to work. I'd have a family, have children. I'd love, roof over my head, nothing special. And at the end of it, before I die, the last thing I could say, I never had any issues with you bastards, the federal government.
All
That's
right.
exactly what I said to the women. I always thought I'd go to the grave or whatever. That's not me. Without having anything to do with you. And I didn't call them that. I called them something else. And this was recorded. I said, good, come get me.
Mhm.
Come get me.
Mm.
You know, but they're self-inflated, you know.
Mhm.
But anyway, it's
Yeah, I see your point on that. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, I see. Absolutely right.
But that's
Yeah.
what we need to get back to is our God-given rights
Right. Exactly.
and
Exactly.
not being controlled by men.
Exactly. Mhm.
and you want to know the funny thing about this, Eric? My daughter does the online taxes, and I always did them since I was 16. Fine, it was working.
Mhm.
1 year, the software that screwed up
Mhm.
is owned by Thompson Media. The Canadian that's bank account is always never below $35 billion.
Wow.
And it screwed up. It screwed up,
Wow. Wow.
you know. So, I mean, I don't know.
Wow. That now. Wow. Wow. That's something else.
You want
Yeah.
to call them and say you're wrong, you know.
Right. Yeah.
It got so screwed up when I got an agent. She must have been in the 40s. And she
Mhm.
said, well, I'll send this to my account, which I don't have. And she's going, but you can't do that. But so I'll send it. I can't. She says, this is really messed up.
Right.
She says, I'm going to tag your file. But anyway, I don't know. But we got blood pressure rising in the chat.
Yeah.
You know, damn taxes, damn. I got a theory on religion, and I'm not going to express it, based on serfdom and taxing.
Mhm.
Think about it. How do you get one more drop out of a man that's near almost death? He can't eat. He can't have clothes.
Right.
And you want more.
Right. It's,
How can you make him fearful?
that's why I agree with Bonnie with the thing that Bonnie said. I will, because like she said, that will be for people like that, people who starving, people who needs, the widows and things like that. I agree with that. You know, that's perfectly. But I believe that those things could be done, like she said, get back to the basics, the biblical basics. And that, I believe, that will solve a lot, because we're doing it with ourselves. And Ron Paul said the same thing: get out of the RC monetary spending and get into another way. And I think the way he is saying it goes biblically. It goes because it's freedom for all. So but this way this is structured, is only freedom for the people who's connected. And that's where it gets all misconstrued and things like that. And that's why I say, like what Bonnie said, I think that's perfectly for us to do. Let's get back to that, our God given freedom ways. And I
You
think,
can't do that. You can't. It's not possible.
yeah, now you're right. You're right. Due to the system that we're under, you're absolutely right. I can't. You're right. You're right in that. And it's the only way we could get it. The only way. But I just want to ask you a question. Do you think that if it's possible for people to unify to get out from it?
No, because as soon as you do it, it's like everything from the czar and everything. As soon as the transition starts, you're going to have the new power hungry mongers that'll corrupt it and take it over. It's just the way we are.
Do you think? But yes, you're right about that. As time go on, it will get corrupted again, because history always repeats itself. So I completely understand that.
Exactly. I mean, I don't know.
Unless it gets so bad that everybody doesn't want to go through this again because they've seen now how this has failed so
Mhm.
badly that look at all the countries fighting their governments. All the countries are not wanting to be controlled. They're pretty much wanting the same thing we are. And so if everyone was to get on board with that, it would take a lot of time.
Mhm.
Um, some people, especially in the cities, I think would have a harder time doing that
Mhm.
because I hear people in the cities that don't even know their neighbors. Well, I'm in the country and I know two of my neighbors, but
Well, they know their neighbors in the city. They might not know their neighbors probably from another part of the city, but like in their neighborhood, yeah, they know their neighbors.
oh,
Yeah,
they do.
yeah.
Okay.
There's one thing about in the city or in the hood, if anybody, the saying goes, if your house got broken into
Uh-huh.
in the hood, you always look to the left or to the right because it's somebody in the hood that did it.
Oh, it's one of your neighbors that did it.
Right, that did it. No hood is not going to allow somebody from another hood to come in their hood and steal anything or do anything. So that's why the saying goes: if something was stolen, always look to your right or to your left.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, and it's because somebody in your hood that you know that knows you.
Yeah.
So they know each other in the hood. It's just on another part of the hood that you know.
And that's the way it was when I lived in the city. We
Mhm.
knew all of our neighbors.
Yeah.
But now everyone just keeps to themselves. Even what blows me away is we had a whole street that was full of American flags, Trump flags, all the flags. And they had them lined on the fences. They had them flying on flagpoles and everything. I
Mhm.
drove up there the other day. Every one of them are gone. All of them. And I was like, what?
Mhm.
What's going on here? These were like adamant, strong. And so I'm wondering what is going on here. And so I have a way to talk to them on Facebook, but I don't. That's what I was asking Deanna.
Mhm.
How do you approach your community to get these people together to, I don't know. I don't know how to do it.
Well, by me working in the inner city and living in the hood myself, and I also grew up in the suburbs and in the county too, and I also lived in rural areas. So I was able to see our aspect of life and see the different mentalities. But now the way the system is, and the way it's set up for dividing, and we so divided so much, and it's just and even in the hood we divided. It's like I said, you can't go to one hood and go to another hood. Like
Yeah.
in Baltimore, where I'm at, and for a long period of time before today, if you lived on the West Baltimore, you couldn't go over East Baltimore. That's just that's a part of division of systematic has been
Wow.
implemented when it comes to dividing. And once you dividing, your mentality is not focusing to what's actually going on, especially within the government, because your mentality is focusing on what's going on in your hood, what's going on around the corner, what different things to go to, the alcohol. Then people are depressed because they don't have a job, they can't do this. So when they get in that depression mode, they start doing drugs, they start drinking. Let's be honest. The opioid, when it hit in rural areas, in areas where many people was laid off because they was depressed,
Yes.
and the companies knew by them being depressed, the opioid, they would get addicted to painkillers and opioids, and once they got addicted, it took their mind off into actually what was going on.
Yes.
So they learned from that, from sit inside the hoods. We are so divided as a people. That's why many of these things that goes on.
Yeah.
To answer your question, Bonnie, how do you do it? Not on social media.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
on social media. First of all, Mark controls Facebook.
Excuse me. Yeah.
He will until he dies.
Yeah.
So whether there's some guy I told you about that gives me trouble. I said, you know about YouTube, people complain, but it's a private company. Oh no, they're shareholders. I said, I don't care if the public company has 1 million people to it. It's private for their own concerns and their own gains.
Yeah.
But anyway,
But if you don't, some people will use. I see. Some people will use social media to try to bring people together and to uplift. I would say amen to that. But if they want to come out of social media, I would say amen also and do grassroots or use the social media for grassroots. I mean, I don't want to go against what people believe within their heart to uplift and to unite people. But the thing is, we have to unite. If we don't unite and we don't come together as all Americans, it will still continue.
Yeah.
No matter what. So, social media is is part of the problem when it comes to division, but it also can be used to bring people together if you feel love in your heart. If you feel love in your heart for your fellow Americans, your fellow brothers and sisters, you can use anything to bring people together and unite them and to overcome. But you got to start with love in your heart. And if you don't start there, then you ain't going to be able to overcome anything, especially
Exactly.
have you ever seen 120,000 Brits at a soccer game? That'll bring you together, will it?
Yeah, for a soccer game. But would all those bricks agree to unite to stop what's going on when it comes to oppression all people?
Eric, I said that with tongue in cheek. That's where riots come out. They haven't got enough bodies to go in there and shut down the riot.
Right. Yeah.
But that's the what's so great about this, all these channels. And
Right.
that's why I keep sending people over to those kids. Those young kids, those are the future. And that they're on the same page we are, as long as they're hearing us and seeing us and maybe thinking the same way, eventually.
You're absolutely right. Amen. When it comes to, like you said, with our kids, like I homeschool my son, and I have to teach him, and not just him, my nieces, uncles, my friends, people in the neighborhood, and things like that, because it takes a whole village to raise kids. That's my mentality.
Yes.
That's the way the love
Yes.
I have for God is. So I don't look at just my son, but other sons, other daughters, because they need help also, regardless of where they is in their life. They need help. So I have to look out for them. I have to educate them. I have to show them what is about to come before them and get them prepared to face whatever that's comes and things like that. Don't allow the system to control you. You control you, who you are, and maneuver whatever the system throws your way. You are in control. But you
Yes.
have to be patient, and you have to love, and you have to understand, and you have to educate yourself of anything that you do not know. Educate yourself so you will know. Just like it's the law, then not to know the law. So that's why I teach my son: know the law, know guidelines, know regulations, so you can understand what's going on.
Yes.
Always keep yourself filled with information.
Can I ask you something? How old a boy is it?
Oh, my son is 8. He just turned 8.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I would not know if I had a son now, I've got finally 2 boys showed up, great grand. So
Mhm.
anyway, I would not know what to tell them, Eric. I go in and I granted,
Right.
maybe it's different. I left channels. They were tech.
Right.
I did IT for a very long time.
Mhm.
They're more concerned whether their cell phone works, the temperature of the hard drive,
Right.
their games, and
Well,
kids today,
that's where we've ruined our youth.
it's like a sense of entitlement, Bonnie.
Right. Yeah. And, hey, I face that with with that situation now. I'm 52 years old and I got an 8-year-old son, so I'm facing that right. I'm facing that right now. So
Yep.
You should have paid your cable bill and something to do about 8 years ago. Other than that, or get a night job.
Yeah.
Eric, when it came to your punishment, Eric, you deferred it into your 40s, did you?
Right. You're right.
Be a father. How to be a father today?
Huh?
It doesn't matter the age.
Right.
I'm taking care of my granddaughter,
Uh-huh.
and I've started her on the books already. She's working on books that are teaching her how to write. She can sing the ABCs.
Mm-hmm.
She knows who Jesus is, and I'm just making sure that she's gonna know everything.
Yeah. Yep. That's what I've been doing. Yep. That's what I've been doing with my little man, teaching him that.
Yep.
And I'm
She
glad.
needs to help in the kitchen.
Yep. That's what he do. Yep. He cooks. We do because we do a cooking
That's great.
class. So
She's only 3. We haven't got that far yet.
huh?
She's
Oh, yeah.
only 3. We haven't got that far yet.
Yeah. So he cooks now. Help wash the dishes and things like that. So yeah, I'm teaching him being self. So
You know what I do with you Americans when you write? I'm sorry, it's a joke. And a lot of people in chat go, "What?" I said, I keep a 50-pound box of used. You keep dropping them every time you write.
Mm-hmm.
You drop the U.
Oh, drop the U. Say it again.
Honor, rumor. You drop the U's. And I think maybe the United States saved $1 billion a year by not printing U's on paper.
Well,
Think about it.
yeah.
But it's I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. I see it. Yeah, I see your point there. But yeah.
It doesn't really matter. I mean, it phonetically you're correct.
Mm-hmm.
The U is misplaced, but it's just Eric. I don't have any input to my grandchildren or my great grandchildren. None to my grandkids. I don't say a word. They don't listen. So
You said they don't listen?
they're not going to listen. Come on.
So you said they so addicted to technology that they don't.
Well, I'm dealing with people, Eric. I basically hit YouTube on tech channels, and they annoy me now.
Oh.
I watch an hour. I don't mean it really quick, Bonnie. I don't know who can. Somebody could in the. I'm getting followed around, and I don't want to say things. I'm still getting followed around, Bonnie.
I understand.
Somebody even dropped my email into automated email thing. Yeah, I know who it is.
Oh wow.
Doesn't bother me. Doesn't bother
Oh,
me.
I get dropped into all kinds of crap, man. I'm so used to it, I don't even care anymore.
No, I mean,
like,
you just go to it and right click block, whatever.
No, I don't even do that. I don't care anymore. I mean, I'm like I said, I put my shit out there. Everybody knows who I am, where I am, what my name is, where I live. I just don't care anymore. What are they gonna do? Come beat me up?
Right.
Ooh, I've been beat up before.
Yeah.
Oh, they cost me 5 seconds. Delete it back into thing recovery, right click, security, block. That ain't a big deal.
I've only had one person drive halfway across America to come see me.
Mm.
And I'm going to tell you, man, that broke my heart.
Little fuzzy guy called Mike.
Yes.
Oh, what's the guy called?
Yeah, he broke my heart. When he beat on the door, and my nephew was here, and I said, man, I don't feel like talking to nobody. Get rid of him.
Oh, snap.
And my nephew is a little bitty fella. He's 6'5", 326 pounds. So when he answers the door, it looks like a linebacker that can barely fit through the door.
You turn on the light, you can't see the light for the guy.
Oh, absolutely. So he answers the door and he just stands there. I don't know. His mouth must have dropped wide open. And then he lets Mike in, and Mike comes, gives me a big hug. And I want to tell you, I've only had one person, like I said, who drives halfway across America to see another man. We're grown men. He's 47, I'm 50. And who does that? You know, that tells you something right there.
Your best friend that cares about you.
Yeah. Yeah.
He made me cry for about a day and a half. I know for half a day I was in tears.
Yeah, I would have cried. I would have cried too.
Oh, I did. I was like a ball bag.
Yeah.
You did.
You know what you do, Bonnie? You find a wall that's rough, and then you back into it and you rub up and down.
No, hell, I was ready to go find a brick wall and slam my head in it to make sure I was still alive because I didn't. Who does that? No one does that. And that's one thing people got to look at is there's good people out there.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
All right. Get
Did
ready for a late one.
Uh-uh.
Get
What?
ready for a late one.
Oh, D-Dog?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we want to hear about your attacks.
Now get on up here, you fuzzy little bastard.
Shane.
Yes. I'm trying to be nice.
That's nice for Shane. That's nice for him.
Yes,
That's nice.
That's very nice for Shane.
Oh snap! Oh wow.
I don't know.
See, Tennessee said,
Yeah.
true friends do that.
Do what?
Even Tennessee said, true friends do that.
Oh yeah, yeah. True friends with love. That's a friend with love right there. I'd have cried.
Yep.
I probably have cried all week.
Boy, I damn near
Yeah.
did. Then we had heart to hearts half the damn. He showed up on Saturday, and he left on a Wednesday morning. I want to tell you, we didn't get to go do much because I wasn't able to do much. But yes, he I still think about it like it was yesterday, and I want to tell you, it was.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's
You know, Bonnie, sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
when I was in this bed and my kids were coming to visit me, kids and grandkids. I think they were coming to tell me goodbye. So they put me in a wheelchair and wheeled me into the dining room table, and I could see the fear in my grandkids, and man, that broke my heart.
My biggest thing was what broke my heart was on this, on this big friggin' grizzly bear, and I'll rip somebody's arms off just for something to do. What broke my heart was I let him down.
Oh, you didn't.
No, that's what broke my heart.
No, you didn't. I'll argue with you. I'm sporty. I will argue with you.
Now my eyes are watering again, but yeah, no, that's what broke my heart. Was I had let my partner and my friend down.
No, you didn't.
D-Dog, do you sleep with that?
We all faltered, Jane. We all falter. It's a human trait. If you don't, you can't pick yourself up because you didn't. Anyway, I'll leave that alone.
We all fall short of the grace of God.
But I'll tell you, yeah, we sat here and talked.
Or we all fall short. But
yeah,
because of the grace of God, well, I know that's why I'm still here. I have some kind of purpose, but I don't know what it is. Well, I think I know what it is, but
I know I'm here for a reason. What that is, I can't figure out yet, but I know I'm here for a reason. And that's what I keep asking people is why they like listening to me, because I'm just a dumb old redneck. And
here he goes again. He's going to beat you over the head with Listen.
Yeah, I know. I won't do that.
So I shouldn't be being watched now. It's 2 a.m. So I'm going to run a go at it. See what you think. I still with it. I came from somewhere. We all know that. And there were people. And I told you about, the Zooms and whatever. And this guy's in Vegas. Sunday he lost his wife. So I got told about it. I did not reply in any way. Why? Sins of the father syndrome. Nobody ever stood up for me. I don't have a problem with it. I'm sorry. I felt really, I wanted, I can contact the guy. I can. But it get thrown out in the public forum again. No, I won't do it. And I don't feel bad about it. I don't. So my point is this, did you let him down? No, you faltered. So what? So you get to pick up yourself again. I
want to tell you, it me, the way I was grown up and the way I was raised, you don't have any problems. You don't ever show any emotion. And
you know what I meant by sins of the father?
Oh, I know what you mean.
Who's running the place? I'm sorry, it's an umbrella effect. And you want to know something? The people that pop in now and again are in there every night almost. So I'm concluding it was me all along. Well, tough shit. I'm gone now. I have shit. I know what you're talking about with Mike, but I'm sorry, man. You faltered. So what? So what? You're human. That's just like me when I went in there, and frankly, I said to them, I sat here and I thought, I have 5 or 10 years still, and I want to talk to people, and then I penned myself, and they were all in there in Zoom, and I said, you know what? You want to ban me? You want to censor me? I don't give a shit. You want to condemn me? You want to do anything you want? I don't give a shit. Do whatever you want. This is me. Take it or leave it. So that's my story. I don't care. I could care less. So my point is, that's you, Shane. Anyway, I'm not going to, stupid YouTube.
Shane, do you see that?
Yeah, I do. I do, actually.
But anyway,
they're all talking to you.
Why don't you, Shane, why don't you Why don't you forgive yourself from your youth? I'm going to go out on a limb here. You might smack me. Forgive yourself.
No, I was asked that day before yesterday or yesterday, or I can't remember. But I was asked that because I forgive everybody. I forgive everybody for everything. But yet, and someone says, "So why don't you forgive yourself?"
How about yourself? You know what? I had a conversation.
I'm like, how the hell you do that?
Easy, yeah. You want a conversation I just had today for 4 hours with my ex, and she finally got it. Like 25 years too late, but she finally got it. So in a way, I got forgiven from her. I don't know.
You know what?
You know, it's
You know what happened to me the first time I had to do that is I was single mom, 6 kids, driving back and forth to Austin, working. It's a long drive, and I was driving home, and I was sitting there just, man, I suck as a mother. My kids don't have this and that, and I'm failing, and I was just down in myself all over the place. And it is like a voice right there beside me, and all that was said, Bonnie, you're doing the best you can. That's all I needed to hear. It was instantly just smiling, happy to get home to the kids.
So that brought you through your tough times. That voice that goes there.
I'm sorry.
That brought you through your tough times. That voice that said that to you.
Yep.
Hey, Black Watch.
yeah.
You said that your ex-wife 25 years later she apologized, and you said it was too late. Why you said it was too late?
No. Well, let me clarify that. Eric, we didn't talk, and today she listened.
Oh.
And I said, there's vernacular I use, and she had trouble with, and she turned around and said, if we had had this talk, it's that's why I said to you in here, like a change doing and looking for questions. Long time ago, I concluded, this is me. If you don't like it, I don't give a shit. I'm not changing for you. This is who and what I am. And if you have a problem with it, Eric, my daughter had real quick, 3 emails to me, beating me up bad. And there was a term in there which may or may not be true. I just waited. I didn't reply. I didn't do anything. 2 weeks later, she sent me one and says, you know what? You've always been that way. I accept it. I said, about time, because I haven't got enough years to recreate it. It's like I'm trying to say to Shane, it's who you are. They accept it or they don't accept it.
Right.
And technology, Eric.
Do you feel that? Do you accept too? If a person is the way they are, do you accept them the way you are, just like they should accept the way you are?
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the hood. Yeah, you might as well go in the other hood with a name tag around your neck. I've had friends. Somebody would say to me, "You're prejudiced." I said, "No." I take it on a 1-by-1 basis. And if it goes that way, it's too bad. Because half the time they're self-promoting. I won't get into the exact terms, but whether it's religious or cultural, they self-promote it. I can't do anything about that. I just accept them the way they are.
It's what's in their heart. And forgiving yourself is like telling yourself that you did the best you could. Yeah, you may have made some mistakes. We all have, but
I don't want to say
that.
But when you say self-promoted, what do you mean by that? Self-promoted.
Then I have to get into particulars. I get my head taken off in here again. There's a guy that quickly, for 2 years, been at me. He's vice president of a Fortune 25 company. He's questioning me, you know, and he comes back with the answers. You know, you're right. And I said, yeah, you know, and then he says something. I said, I'm wrong. Absolutely. You're 100% correct. Go ahead. Eric, real quick. I went into private Zoom. He taunted. He was feeding. He's only 61. And I let loose for 25 minutes. I walked around here and I thought, somebody muted me, right? I'm gone. 10 people were listening still. You know, I don't want to paint people with a broad brush. But Bob, when you talk about a woman in your position, I tried to help. I dated after drag racing, and I got in Scarborough. I ended up in the wrong street. You know, it was all condominiums. Anyway, we're walking up there, and her eyesight wasn't so good. I understand she got an operation, but a young woman came up by a small plaza, and she said, "Come on, let's go." Let's go where? What are you worried about? So she comes up. She said, "We have toonies up here. We don't have $1 and $2 bills. We have coins." And she says, "I need bread. There's a Mac store, one of the chain." So come on, let's go. Come on. I said, no, wait. You know, I've been in tenement, you know, divisions and that. So I gave her $5. I said, watch. We'll just stand here in the dark. Nobody can see it. She came up with a bag of bread and everything else for her child. I said, sometimes you don't know.
Right.
And sometimes you be taking the bread out of a child's mouth.
Right.
You know, and I've been downtown with this woman sitting on the corner with her coffee cup. They give her money. And I ain't doing that. She walked around the corner and got in the car. That's what she does.
Right.
So you have to one by one. I got a weird thing. People tell me I'm wrong. I can look into somebody's eyes and know if they're telling the truth or whatever. I've got countless examples of that. It's a hard thing. That's why I like Shane. You beat yourself up too much, man. I'm sorry, you do. And you know, I look at myself and how many things I screwed up. But still, but yeah, this technology, these kids, you know, like I watch that other channel and then they go for an hour and they're yakking back and forth. I couldn't stand it. And then, well, the temperature on my hard drive is now this. And I'm checking my download speed. And I go, what? You're out of your mind. That keeps you together and talk. Anyway, it's my story. This vice president is of a certain religious denomination. Let me put it that way.
Oh, okay.
And he is the model of it. And I think, you know what? You're a prisoner of your own being. I can't hurt you. And you can't hurt me. But anyway, I don't know. Everybody's. But I'm sorry, Shane. The men in Hero know when you got a friend that's like a brother, there is nothing like that. You can't have a sibling like that. It's an unwritten law.
Right.
And he'll step in front for you. You for him. They're very few and far between. I don't have one. I lost one when I lost them all when I was 22. You know, you talk about changing things down there. You have to trust. That's my point. And
how do you go by trusting someone when it's like what you just said, what you went through and you're lost? How do you go by trusting someone then?
You it comes to another. First of all, with a man, he's got his family to take care of. You'll never, if he is a man, you won't transgress that. You know, I don't know, Eric. I would doubt I would trust another man with the well-being of my family. that's a very that friendship just doesn't happen. And the ones that have it, and which goes down to try to repatriate and do all this. Who do you trust?
Right.
This is my point. Who do you trust? Because I'm sorry, Bonnie.
No, it's okay.
I could not.
Trust is one of my hardest things to do. Also, is
Yeah, but I told you that they want my well-being. Two of them. I thought they'd be. I could use their names. Who cares? You might be watching. I don't care. And
well, one of them's in chat talking to you.
yeah, well, I ain't talking to him.
Okay.
This is where I didn't want to go. But I ooh, don't.
Is it, do y'all think, we know how we was raised and how things was when we was raised. So y'all think, what can we show our kids on, and what can we apply on what we was raised in today's time? Will it fit? Will it not fit? Do we need to change our perspective on our foundation? Should we keep up? Should we put instill our foundation into our kids on how we was raised and what our foundation fit in this world of day and time that we're in now?
Well, that's the problem. I had a really bad foundation.
Mm-hmm.
So to try and once my kids grew up, then they started asking me some questions, but they didn't really want to hear the answers. And so it's hard to, I can see where one of my daughters especially, but well, all three of my daughters have been in abusive relationships. And so I keep thinking, is there something I did that made this happen? But I never allowed that to happen to me once I grew up and realized I had power over what people said or did to me. So they didn't see that growing up. So I don't know what makes them do that, if it's some kind of a STEAM thing, but my kids all grew up in church. So I know that seed has been planted, but not one of them will go to church now because of there was a lot of hypocrisy there. And they saw that. And so now it's more like we are trying to build, because I still have parents. They're in their 80s. They need help. We're trying to move out there. So I'm trying to teach them how to be self-sufficient. My granddaughter's not going to go to school. We're not going to even, we're not even, I know there's a law here or something, I think, and I'm not sure how I'm going to deal with that yet. That's one of the things I want to take to the Capitol. It's none of their business what we're doing with our children. And so we should not have to go into a school and say, I'm going to homeschool my child. It's none of their business. That child's not enrolled there. That child's not getting funds there.
Right.
It's not their child.
But why is there a problem? There's people in Georgia that are doing it. I don't mean to interrupt, but interject.
What do you mean?
There's lots I know in Georgia that's being homeschooled.
Yes, you can homeschool your kids, but Texas has a law that you have to let the school know that you're homeschooling your child, or the government, somebody. There's some kind of a form. I can't remember.
Yeah, you gotta It's matter of fact, Texas is the most lenient state when it comes to homeschool. Like here, where I'm at, you got to take them up there. Then you gotta show them what things that you're doing. Then it has to match up to what they're. Then I'm also take my son to school. Then if I gotta go through all of that, but I understand what you're saying. Why should they have anything or any input of what you're doing in your house with your
Exactly.
kids? And that should be totally up to the parents. And I feel in exact the same way. Why
Yes.
does it have to be you what you're telling me that you treat me like a child? And
Mhm.
I'm not a child, I'm an adult. Then you're treating me on things that somebody else did. Like they said, well, we create these laws because what people were doing. Okay, that's what they did. Their,
Right.
their sin or whatever they did shouldn't apply to me. If that's the case, that means you need to go to jail because I'm sure somebody in your family committed a crime. So,
Exactly. And that's it.
right,
If a child comes to you and they've got handprint bruises on their face,
right,
then yes, you call your sheriff and you
right.
let your sheriff take care of that.
Hmm.
That is abuse. That's uncalled for. I
Right,
understand that. Or if, you know, even worst case scenarios that a lot of us have gone through.
mhm,
But it's not, when did the government take control of our homes? That's your home, you should feel safe in, no matter what.
right,
That is your safe place. That is your dwelling. That is your what you have built around you for protection, for living, for survival.
mhm,
And we should all have the right to have that
right,
without anybody else trying to tell us what we can and cannot do in our dwellings.
right.
Well, in a lot of places, really, but for sure in your home.
Yeah,
You know, Bonnie, I'll throw in my opinion with your hypocrisy. You'll see it in their hearts, their words, their actions, your children. You don't have to see it in some sort of a brick and mortar thing.
Yeah.
My daughter believes more than I do, and I could see it in her, everything about her. And she internalizes. I try to beat that out of her, not physically. It's them, not you, you know. But you'll see it in their heart.
Yeah.
You'll see it, you know. And that's my experience. It's just, you know,
I know.
I'm
And I
gonna
know.
I'm gonna get beat up. But if you watch some of George Carlin stuff, it has its points. He's not putting it down. He's just kind of, he's gone now, trying to streamline it to what it should be, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Just take the essence of things, you know. But which was my point. You gotta laugh. Some people, they can't laugh about things. Well, for my 2 cents, if you believe in God and that brings you joy and you can't laugh at it, with it, not at it, you know what I'm trying to say,
Yes.
then there's something wrong. But I don't want to
Yeah.
get,
Joy is joy. And
you know,
laughing is part of joy.
yeah,
I'll
yeah.
get, I already got beat up over that. I'm sorry, but you know, I answered that question twice in my life with a destroyed relationship, and that's something to me. I thought I was going to be more prepared this time around, but I don't know.
I think people don't. That's why everything starts with love when it comes to God and or whatever God that you serve, the name that you name of God. And I think love is the center point. And I think once you understand love and be led by love, you can hear all interpretations and see all interpretations and understand all interpretations and be aware. I was watching a movie and this guy said in the movie, he said, God mandates me to observe all laws, and I do this so I won't look like a hypocrite. That's what he said. And I do this so I won't look like a hypocrite. So he observes all law and observes all interpretations and things like that. And I think of some people, they look at laughter and then they look at people mocking, because people mock and laugh.
Yes.
So, and I think that's what they may interpret when someone say laugh. They go straight to the point of mocking. And we know what God did in the Bible to the Edomites who mocked Israelites. So I think people takes people's words and then they automatically think the worst or go to the bad part and never look at what is this person actually saying when he say laughter. And like you just said, Bonnie, you say joy, which is a lovable thing that people have, and they do it in laughter also. So
Yes.
I think we must understand when a person using a word and question and observe it, and then question, what do you mean by joy? What do you mean by laughter? And instead of that's why the Bible says, do not lean onto your own interpretation. Ask the person what you're saying when you say laughter or joy and things like that, so you can get the full understanding.
Like Hilarious just said, rejoice in the Lord always.
Yeah.
Let's say rejoice.
Yeah.
There
it is.
I don't want to step on anything. Sorry.
That's okay.
We all know the story. Moses goes up the mountain, take off 9 feet or the ground, right? And the lightning comes down, strikes the 2 tablets, he brings it down. They're playing around with a statue of Baal and, the whole thing. But when you look at the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not cover, the wife and everything else, you take about 4 of them and you say you will be honest and good and a good person. That means you're not going to murder. You're not going to, it makes sense. Just be an honest and good person. You don't really need to pour them.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a good person and you don't covet somebody's wife, all the ones, and thou shalt not murder, and that, you bring it down, you're just going to be a good, honest person.
Right.
That precludes all of that.
Yes.
I know it's written and it's supposed to be there and it's supposed to be, you saw the movie where it's in dust inside the golden, the whole thing with, the 2 emblems either side. But when you look at it, you just be a good, honest person.
Mm-hmm.
That precludes murdering, going with somebody else's wife, all of it, stealing. And
Well,
so, when you look at it, you're just a good person.
some people, I guess it had to be detailed.
I guess. I don't know. Considering the times.
I don't know.
Considering the times,
Yeah.
maybe that was needed.
Yeah. Because they were.
Yeah. Does that mean that? Is that the chick down the street? And it's not the one down 3 miles. I think they're the same, right? Worldwide. But it's George Carlin did that. He broke it down, and when you think about it, it's true. If you're a good, honest person, you're not going to steal. You're not going to do any of that.
Right.
But anyway, I'll leave that alone. I'm not going to.
Yep. I completely understand what you're saying. Yep.
It's just the words to live by, but I don't know.
Yeah. Yep.
Shane, you good?
Eric, you got an 18-year-old. I hope the kid thinks for himself. He doesn't go to Google and he goes.
8.
Oh, I got an 8-year-old.
Yeah, that's what I said. 8 years old. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, he doesn't. He doesn't. He doesn't. Google, except when it comes to schoolwork. He used it. But
It's I wouldn't want the my great grandchildren are 7 and under.
mhm.
So it's right there. It's right at the same. Um, but my daughter said to me one time, Abby, that's the second marriage or whatever, which we won't go into the first. That man is the one I would murder, and rightly so. I'd put him in the hospital, her first. She knew if she had called me and said, Dad, you know what he did the last 2 days? She knew I'd be, But anyway, says she's 13 now. She goes to school and she's getting picked on. She won't fight. So I says, could you give her boxing lessons for her confidence? I said, what? I said, if she wants confidence, she picks out the ringleader, the head of it. She turns around and smacks him in the mouth and puts him out. They won't bother her because the teachers aren't doing anything. Then she says to me, you don't understand. They're gangs through social media.
Yes.
I'm sorry. You know what I said? The police won't. All this you're not going to do. I said, you can set up the meeting. I'll go in there.
Yeah.
And I'll say, get the parents in here. Your kids are now, their lives are threatened. You want me to come? You really want it? Because I got nothing to lose.
Cyberbullying.
Yeah, cyberbullying. Yeah,
It's caused a lot of suicides.
yeah, sure had.
And they don't beat up. But I mean, I'm sorry for what that sounds like, but I was going to do it. I'm not having my granddaughter go to school with that. I said, otherwise, you leave her at home, wait till a truant officer comes, and send them over here. I'll straighten them out. But anyway, I don't want to.
Well, that's good that you're standing up for your granddaughter.
Oh man, and that's what we must do. I was looking at, and we must do that for our kids and protect our kids that way. Because I was looking at when they had Facebook, the people, the executive of Facebook up in Congress, and Senator Blackburn. She said Apple called Facebook. It said, I'm going to take you off of the platform if y'all don't stop helping the sex trafficking going on. Just think about that.
Wow.
They actually said that. And no penalties, nothing has been done. It's been things that's on Instagram that Facebook owns. There are a lot of young girls, they targeting young kids, which they're not supposed to. But
Yes.
it happened to Facebook. Nothing happened.
Watch your topics there. You're going to get people upset. I'm as motivated as you are, and I got to shut my mouth more times than not. Because you're right, it's there. I could tell you the story. I'll accept the chat, what I said to my son-in-law one time, to keep his eyes open to what's going on in the neighborhood. It's anyway. I won't go on. I told you, Bonnie, I'm very strongly opinionated.
I just think
I am too, Blackwatch, and we have to be. I mean, because, like I said, it was my own family I didn't feel safe with.
Yeah.
And so I am very protective of my children and grandchildren with who there's some things that just are not allowed. And some people think that I'm crazy because, fathers should be allowed to go in their children's room and kiss them goodnight or whatever.
Yeah.
But I won't allow that. I can't. And I'm sorry. Y'all can say goodnight in the living room and I'll take them to their room. But it's just always been a rule in my house.
No, it's understandable. I mean, My wife, we dated on and off, like anybody.
Yep.
Real quick, like they split when she was born. She went with somebody else, and then she got custody for the weekend, and my ex walks in on them, right? This is the type of woman. And they got married, adopted, but they drank. They drank. And I didn't know. My father-in-law got to see his first child before he died, which was good. So I didn't know he was a decent man, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sitting there, and her mother says, "You want to drink?" I'm underage, whatever, and half an ounce of rye or whatever. She brings 8 ounces. I bring it to my nose. I put it down. The girlfriend looks at me, and I said, "I'm not drinking that." But anyway, it was her father came out, and he's smiling. He's dead. He's drunk at her, and I stood up, and I towered over him. I must admit, even at that age, I just looked at him. He turned around, went back in the bedroom. Now he was a good man. I didn't know that. I didn't like the way he was looking, but I didn't know. I didn't know. But you talk about banana, and the way the whole family was. I stood in front of him, and he turned. I didn't know. He loved her like that. He would never hurt her. Good.
Yep. And that's where it's hard to trust. That's where I have a trust problem.
Well, I mean, I don't want to get into it, but her mother started drinking right in the morning and everything else. She had a cigarette, and she was in her 40s, I guess, and she flicked her hair at me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I go, you got it.
Did y'all hear about the settlement that the Boy Scout of America did?
Mm-mm.
The Boy Scout of America was rewarded the victims who was, being sexual molested. They just rewarded them $2.7 billion. That's a lot of money.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
that now, but the insurance companies get ready to go back to court, say it's too much because people can just come up and just claim, sexual harass.
Right.
But the real kicker of it is, which is people need to pay attention to. No one has been brought to court for molesting children.
Oh, this is the point, Eric. That you could make it $1 trillion. It's not going to repair 1 second of the damage. Not one.
Exactly. But what really hurts is because the way he got it set up. Okay, you can molest a child because it'll just be paid out. No one has not went to court to go to jail. Not one person.
That's messed up.
But anyway, boy, are you getting deep topics tonight? Wow.
No.
I just think things like that. I just think things need to be known because we need to protect our kids. We need to protect our family. We can't just rely on the government because look what's happening. Look what just happened. No one has been brought to court for molesting kids. Do you know how long the Boy Scout of America been around? It's been around 100 years. And no one has not been brought. I can see if someone been brought to court. No one has been brought to court. And the way it is looking, it's like, okay, just pay the person off. Don't worry about nobody is going to jail to suffer what they done to pay their crimes. The insurance company just pay it off. Everybody just go about their business. That's something is not right about that. You're telling people, yeah, you're setting you setting a unprecedented example by just letting things go like that. You just basically just telling people, okay, let's go out there and do it.
Yeah.
No, that's not good. It's not good at all.
Maybe it's a good thing I didn't know you growing up, Bonnie, because whoever it was would nobody. It's one thing my dad always taught me. A woman's to be held only in one way. And if your mind isn't there, go away. You know. But anyway, there goes. You talk about, bringing them up, Eric. That's the biggest thing you can teach a son.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just say to him, you go that way, and the retribution you'll get from me, you only lived half of your lifetime.
Right.
But it's I don't know what's out there. The things I see, like I say, is more from a tech thing. Like they're worried about, up speed, down speed, down speed. What? This was a job, Eric. That's all it was to me. Real quick. Boeing, all that. I put in the security on the mainframe. I only had grade 4 years of high school, whatever. But that's all it was a job.
Right.
That's all it was. I could care less. These kids today, some of the graphics card. Oh, Dad, you want to get me a computer? That'd be $2,000. The graphic card now is $2,000, $3,000. I tell them, guess what? Get out your crayon book and crayons. Start drawing. The sense of entitlement is, I don't know, Bonnie. It's crossed borders with things. Just the way they're thinking. But anyway, I've left that. I can't. It bores me to death. And like I say, people are coming in. So it must have been me. They couldn't stand. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I tell them to their face, but it's not worth it. But somebody might. I'll tell you. I told you that fellow lost his wife. It tore at me. Not to, talk to him, but he never stood up for me. The man's 74 years old, retired nuclear engineer. Nobody ever stood their ground for me. Never said, yeah, nothing. So, no. I'm not.
Well, y'all, I would love to continue this conversation tomorrow night.
Hopefully, I haven't told my funny story. It's been 2 hours now by the time my funny story. So I'll leave it. I don't know if Shane's dropped out. Quick.
No, I lost my internet. I mean, my internet dropped me. I couldn't even get online. I mean, it dropped me like I was a sack of taters.
You know what you do?
Nothing for a while.
Chew up some bubble gum, stick it on the back of it, and stick it to the wall, and you won't lose your internet.
Well, mine's not quite that simple out here in Oklahoma. I'm sorry.
Not the way the weather is down there. It's all like John got taken out. And, Shane, I don't want to sound that way, but you beat yourself up to no end. And I used to do that. I put stuff inside me and overthought it and everything else. And the end of it is, I don't give a shit. This is me. I don't like it.
Well, and that's how I try to be, and I hope y'all understand that. I'm flat out. I can tell you everything I've done wrong, so no one can ever go back on me. I'll tell you, I will never say something I haven't done. I've had like 3 or 4 DUIs. I've got out of most of them, but I've spent 65 days in jail. And I told the judge that, and he knew because I taught his son Little League, and I taught the DA's son Little League. It was on my team. Well, I was the assistant coach. And I told him, I said, no, you've got to let me out because I am an outside person. And I'm going to tell you what, it pissed the sheriff off when he's called and said that I could work for a nonprofit. So I went to work for the county because we got a hospital and nursing home. And my stepdad that raised me accepted it. And so I got to go work for him, and I won't tell you. After about 30 days, she goes, Shane, you have to stay in tomorrow. I got to have a day off. I said, okay. Which I was tired too. But man, so and I was in a bullpen by myself, steel door. And they would close that damn thing at midnight, and I'm claustrophobic. And this is not a really big cell. But at midnight they would lock it, which is fine. I could go to bed. I got to keep all my money, all my regular clothes. I did leave some change on the bed, and there was a big to do one day over that damn deal. But they'd open it at 6 o'clock in the morning. Breakfast came. So I've been through that crap, and then I had a TV and a video player show up. I had them bring up a VCR and a TV, and some people I knew, and it stayed in the laundry room where we did all the laundry, because I helped do the laundry, because that helped keep me out of the cell. I don't want to tell you. We'd watch movies. I could go up. I had change. I could buy pop. I could, and I could smoke in there too. It was like I wasn't even in jail. It was just like I was with the person I thought I was liking. And one day when I was at work, while I was in jail, I seen the person that, I was with and lived with before I went in. And, they were supposedly waiting on me.
Can I interrupt you, somebody?
I've seen her with somebody else. And I'm going to tell you something. And I wasn't supposed to talk to her. That was one of the, and I'm going to tell you what, I blowed a gasket. I blowed a gasket. And you know what happened to me? Nothing.
Can a mod take that person out in chat? Sorry, I can't get to it. Somebody in chat, they just said take them out.
I took care of it.
Okay.
And added a few more mods.
Shane, with your thing on YouTube, I told you comments, I keep them out. There's a young man, Daniel Patheta in Georgia, self-proclaimed Christian, very few lives. And he's matured on YouTube. And I'm trying to put this in about people, and he did a video. And he says, for those who don't like it, and you're commenting and that, I have something to say. Click off. Exactly what I was going to put down. Okay. Oh, it brought a smile to my face. You simply say to them, click off, But anyway.
That's true. I don't like it.
Yeah, and trust me, like I said, I don't even turn my damn computer. Used to, I'd have this thing on at 8 o'clock in the morning, and I'd sit here till whenever Bonnie let me go to bed. And
it's always my fault.
No, I know. I gotta blame you. I'm just kidding. But no, I would sit here 16 hours a day, and I have for 6-7 years. Let me say, that may be. I don't want to lie to people. It has been for, I know of, 4 years. And you figure 4 years at 16 hours a day, that's well over 6,000 hours worth of looking up shit. I look up everything. I mean, everything, whether it comes to home remedies for diseases or intel. Man,
And you're blaming a woman that can't put the TV guy down.
I know, and no, I don't blame Bonnie.
Y'all excuse me.
I use her as an excuse because she's so sweet to me, and she has no reason to be. She has no reason to be so sweet to me, and why she has decided to have an attraction to me, I have no clue.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out too. No, I'm just joking.
and trust me, I've asked her because I'm going to tell you, I'm just some old dumb redneck and from Oklahoma, and it's just, and I've asked her that, and she's like, Shane, it's not.
Should I let the cat
What
out
you
of the bag?
say, it's how you present the information.
Right.
But okay, I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Right.
Because I always try to be polite and kind to everybody, and I always try to forgive everybody.
Right.
But like Bonnie told me, I have a hard time forgiving myself, and so me and Bonnie, we've been talking a lot, and yes, I'm going through some hard times, man, and I want to tell you, there's times that, like now, I probably shouldn't be on here.
Oh wow.
You're all right. It's the other. Should I let the cat out of the bag? State of Oklahoma is paying her $500 a month to listen to you.
It's a what now? I'm sorry, I missed something.
The cat out of the bag. The state of Oklahoma is paying Bonnie $500 a month to take care of you. Don't you know?
Oh, snap. Oh, that ain't. She said.
Everybody,
No.
everybody.
If Bonnie would come up here, she's only 8 hours from me. If she'd come up here, she'd have more than $800 a month. She'd have anything she wanted, and everything would be paid for.
Oh wow.
That's a guarantee.
Wow.
Everything would be paid for.
That's great. Well, we might as well all come up there.
Well, y'all come on up because, like I said, yeah, hell, I even got extra apartments.
Oh man.
Eric, I've already said to him the other night, "Will you adopt me, Shane?" He won't do it.
Oh, well.
It's hard to adopt somebody that's 20 years older than you. I'm sorry.
Listen,
I don't.
I'll wear short pants to the trial.
Yeah. I'll be satisfied just being a friend. Just being.
I'm going to tell you, Blackwatch, you come over here to see me and you want to stay a while, I already paid the bills next door.
Oh,
you
wow.
come over here, I'll put you in there and you can stay. I already paid the damn bills because downstairs we do all of our construction work and we build all that crazy stuff. And if you need a job and make some extra money, I'll even pay to do that. I offered to somebody else from Ohio, and I even offered to give them a damn car, and I was going to buy them a plane ticket so they'd come down here and drive it home. And it was a Cadillac.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, a little 4-door Cadillac. Oh, I mean, it was a slick little bastard. And that didn't work. And so I'm like, it's not that I'm I don't tell y'all don't realize when you live like me and you ain't been around nobody in 4 or 5 years other than your brother and your nephew, and
Oh, come on. Wait till it's 25 or 30. Get a grip.
and then you're sitting here alone most all day. You get lonely. And it's just a blessing to have somebody to come visit with you.
Right.
And that's why I told Bonnie. I said, and I understand Bonnie's resistance too, because you know, we've never met. Now we've been teasing each other back and forth for damn near a year. But yeah, when you don't know somebody personally, it's it's very tough.
All right.
So I understand her resistance.
Mhm.
My resistance ain't that
You're not
strong.
listening, are you? You're not listening to the lady. She goes halfway there. That's the end of her comfort zone.
Oh, well, and she comes halfway here, and there's a reason for that. She's like me. You can't go very damn far when you're not 100%. And I have a hard time driving. I got one of the baddest trucks you'll ever see in your life. It is a beast. It's a 6.2 gasser with a Allison tranny, electric tonneau cover, electric airbags. I mean, this thing's a beast.
And 4-foot tires.
And what?
4-foot tires.
No, it ain't. I didn't jack this one up. This is one I did not jack up. But I did put some meat grabbers on it that's also roadworthy. You know, you can run on the pavement without. But yeah, this thing's a beast. Everybody loves my truck. Like I said, Mike come down here. He was down here from Saturday till Wednesday. Once he parked his car when he got here, he didn't drive nothing but my truck the whole damn time. He did not. Leather seats are heated, cooled. I mean, it's got it all. I got a cowboy Cadillac.
Don't blame me for that, Shane. I watched an episode of Duck Dynasty. They said to this guy, "You're no longer a redneck." What? You're no longer. And he pulled the thing right into a mud thing.
Yeah, and so I understand people's resistance. Like I want to go down and see Bonnie. My brother has threatened to load me up, throw me in the damn truck, and take me down all the way down to Bonnie and drop me off. And I said, no, her family wouldn't like that because me and Bonnie talked about that, and her kids they would like to, you know, see who and how I am. And so I understand that. I respect that. I respect that a lot. But my brother's like, I mean, there was 3 times he says, I'm fixing to load your ass up and take you to Bonnie. I'm tired of babysitting you. And that's what he flat out told me. He's only a year older than me. But I'm gonna tell you what, he's a damn sight meaner than I am. And I thought I was one of the meanest people that ever walked. But I don't even jack with my brother. So yes.
That damn kid in Australia is still emailing me. I'm gonna block this. I'm sorry. That was what you heard. These people don't go away.
Oh no. Oh no.
You know, I'll admit I was going to send them a virus, but I wouldn't stay on the screen. The security stuff.
You was a what now?
I was going to email them a virus.
Oh.
Anyway, sorry about that. It pisses me off.
That's how technical people take care of trolls.
No, this is email. Kid's got to have about 16 addresses.
Oh, 20 years ago when I had a computer. Yeah, my computer was an STD capital of the world. I had more viruses and STDs in that damn thing than you could ever see. And
STDs.
well, you know, there was viruses. And then it gets so damn bad, I just go to the BIOS and and reboot it all. And then I'd change out a few drivers and, I'd just unbolt them, put a few new ones in. Wasn't no big deal to me because back then I had all that crap. And then I forgot how to do all that crap. That was 15, 20 years ago, so. And then I got away from it for so long. I didn't even have a friggin' laptop till a year ago after all that. And so now I'm like, duh. It's like I forgot every damn thing I knew. And I don't forget nothing, man. I don't forget nothing.
Right.
But it was like I forgot it all. And I'm like, no, I still know how to pull them apart and rebuild them and all that. But I'm going to tell you, I'm not into that. You hit, when you first start up your computer, if you start hitting F12 and you just keep hitting it, as soon as you hit that startup, it's going to send you to a BIOS. I'm going to tell you something. You can change a lot of crap in your computer, and if you don't know what the hell you're doing, you're in trouble.
No, you hit the button that says load default, and then you say save, and you leave it alone.
I'm just saying. I can tell you how to do a lot of crazy crap with a computer. And I've just tried to forget all that. And this one goes to crap on me. I'll just buy another one. I'm not going to jack with it. I'm not going through all that anymore. That's just too much stress.
I played with XP and I lost count at 58 how many times I reloaded it. You ever seen the content of a screen melt from the top down? I have.
I have too.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I've had two of them do it to me.
Yeah. Anyway.
I need to back up my computer.
You back it up. Was it too close to you?
Yeah. You know what you mean.
I'm just teasing. You know what I know what you mean. Yeah, back it up to cloud. That way everybody on the internet can find it no matter whether your computer's up or not. That's always a good idea.
I thought Bonnie was I thought you were sing that song, Bonnie. That song, back that thing up. I thought you was
And that's what I said. Was it too close to you? That's why I said that.
Well, I bought this external hard drive. It's got 4 terabytes, whatever you call it.
It's a hard drive. It's a spinning drive, right?
I don't know. It's a big black box that you put
Yeah,
it on.
it's a hard drive, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a hard drive, and all it's going to do is, it's got 4 terabytes, which can hold about 4 times. It can hold about 4 million pages of information, but it can't do video.
What?
And that's the issue with no, they can't. They don't have the processor to do videos or hold them.
Well, dang it.
Sure it can hold them. Only file shame.
Well, here's the deal. You can save enough information over on there that your computer can still use its video capability, but it will not hold. I promise you. Download everything you want on that damn thing and then go pull it up. It will not hold a video. It will not hold audio, video. They're not designed for that. They're designed for staple. In other words,
What about
basically
pictures?
paper stuff.
No.
Not pictures?
There's some of them that can do pictures.
It better be able to do pictures. That's the main thing I want to keep.
Bonnie, it will. I'm sorry, Shane, it will.
Okay.
You know what?
And it may.
You know the size of disc on a heart on a mainframe? 8 platters, and it's about 16 inches wide. You know, I'm sorry, Shane. I know what they'll do. Yes, pictures, JPEG. It'll hold it.
Okay. These new ones, you may know better than me because, like I said, I just know what the old ones did in the older, not old, but the older ones. Because I know, give it 6 months and it's an old one. But
You go back to the beginning, you might have a point when DOS
well,
ran. But anyway,
yeah, and you may be 1,000,000% correct, and I may be 1,000,000% incorrect. So I apologize.
no, there's no apologies. It's just there's nobody knows it all in tech. Nobody. Once you get that idea in your head, you're useless.
Oh,
You
absolutely.
know it all, which I've been dealing with for 2 years now. But anyway,
I know nothing.
I
I
know
will admit
everything.
it.
Oh wait, no, I know nothing. I just have an opinion about everything. That's what it is. That's what it is.
anyway, Bonnet, you can get software that'll back up your files. We call them data sets. That's how they started, data set. Or you can get something that actually backs up the operating system, the whole thing. You just restore it, and it's like it happened 2 months ago. So you lose the programs. Anyway,
I gotta run off to the little boy's room. I'll be back.
take me with you. Take me with you. I gotta go. I gotta go.
It's a Seagate, and it says backup plus hub.
Yeah, it's a manufactured like my book and everything. When you do it, I just buy the enclosure and I don't buy a product or a brand. I buy the drive and the enclosure.
Well, I wasn't looking at the brand. I was looking at the 4TB.
Yeah,
That's
that's an awful lot of stuff can go on there.
Yes.
When you use the software to back up the whole drive, that compresses it. It'll come out like 2/3 of the size. But anyway,
And
I did disaster recovery on mainframes too. That was part of my job. What do you do if there's a fire or whatever? Anyway,
I have to back up my phone onto the computer and then everything on my computer onto that.
phones. Anyway, it's heck.
All right, guys. We've been going 5 hours.
Yeah, I know. It's been a long time.
That's what Cindy said a while ago. Bonnie's doing a marathon tonight. No.
That's what happens when you get into these subjects. Now what am I doing?
And it's good information, though. It's. I think it was good discussions tonight about a whole lot of things.
Oh, it was.
I'm glad Von Erich came up and gave his views on things. I really like talking to Von Erich. He's got some good information.
That was, it's great to talk to, but the fellow that I thought it was, he came up with Chuck, and he asked about, Chuck was putting in 2 types of memory, whether it working, but maybe I got the wrong guy. But it was interesting, yes, very much so.
Yeah.
However.
That is what happens when one takes a nap. I didn't get a nap.
But it was good. It was.
Well, I sure appreciate all of y'all coming up and y'all that's hung out all through this in chat. Hilarious too. Like your input. Tennessee Runner, Cindy.
Are we going to wait for him to come back from the little boy's room?
No, I was talking. I was muted.
Whoops.
But yeah, I appreciate you having me up. It was always a good conversation. I was hoping I ain't trying to break out too much information. Sometimes I just don't want to overwhelm people with information. So I hope I didn't do that tonight.
Oh no, it was great, and
Hey,
you're
Von
welcome
Eric,
back anytime.
Von Eric,
Yeah.
do me a favor.
Uh-huh.
Come over to Liberty Warrior once or twice.
Liberty Warrior.
Yes.
Okay.
Liberty Warrior Nation.
Let me get that. Let me put that in the.
Just go to Bonnie's channel, take her channels, and you'll see she subscribed.
Oh, okay.
Go over there.
Okay.
I think it'd be fun to have you on once or twice. It'd be fun.
Yeah.
Liberty Warrior what?
Liberty
Nation.
Warrior Nation.
Okay. All right.
I think it'd be fun.
It's got a mask thing, kind of like what Shane has.
Uh-huh.
It's a. Mike calls it a badge, but yeah, it's a mask, and we've created our own. And like this one's an Oklahoma one. If you look real close, or snap a picture, the screenshot,
Uh-huh.
and zoom in, that is the Oklahoma symbol. It's the Indian Nation symbol.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
And we got one for every state of their own stuff.
Oh, okay. All right.
California, I mean, we got one every state. Texas, you name it.
And then one for the first responders and the military.
Oh my God, yes. And Mothers of Liberty. What is that one?
Ladies of Liberty.
No, not Ladies of Liberty, but the one of. But anyway, we've got the Army, we've got Navy, we even got Italy,
Uh-huh.
we've got Italian, we've got you name it, we've got it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just joined it, so I just subscribed to it and everything. So yeah,
Oh, good.
now for y'all.
You might have it set where it's a few days before you can chat.
Uh-huh. Okay. All right.
But it may be a few days before you can chat, but just go to libertywarriornation.com
Uh-huh.
and email me,
Okay.
and I'll let them know to let you through.
Okay.
Eric, you know what you're going to see in chat if that's turned on? It's going to say that the channel turned on subscription, and you can't comment. It'll show you in the box.
Yeah, it'll say subscribers only, and then you can click it, and it's going to say like 7 days before you can chat.
Okay.
You just go on to libertywarrior. You can even go to Google. If you go to Google and hit Liberty Warrior Nation,
Uh-huh.
we're the first people that pop up. If that don't tell you something. And just go in there and you'll see, just hit contact. Get it? Go to me. Go to me. And shoot me an email.
Uh-huh.
And I will shoot you my number. Then you can text me, because if you just call me, I will not answer.
Okay.
So I know who you are. But then you can text me, and I'll put you through.
All right, I'm on the website now. You said go to contacts, right? Just go to contacts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it should have me up there. It's either Captain Finger or it may have my real name, Shane Phelps. I don't remember which one's up there anymore. I haven't even been over there in a long time.
They got it has a guy in the front with headphones on the website.
Yeah, he's got what? Headphones on?
Yeah, he has headphones.
And he's smiling. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Mike. That's Mike. That's the one that started the station.
Okay.
That's the one that drove halfway across America to see me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And you said when I do the email, just put in there Von Eric from Bonnie's channel. Should I put that in?
Yeah, that'd be fine. And once I get that, because it'll come straight through. It comes straight to me. And once I get that, I'll just send you my personal number.
Okay.
Is
And
Shane
then-
still up there? Because I thought that, I don't know why I thought. I didn't see you the last time I was on the web page.
I don't know. I haven't been on the web page in a long time. 2 months. I haven't been on there in 2 months. And if I'm not on there, here, I'll just put it in a private chat. I'll just go ahead and give you, go to the private chat. Let me put it in. I'll just give you my damn personal number right now.
Okay.
Anybody want some chocolate milk?
No, thank you.
No. 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 I'm good. All right. I just sent the email to you.
There.
Okay.
Did you find me on the webpage?
No, it said contact us, and I hit that, and it brought me to the email. So that's why I was putting in the my information on the email.
Okay, well, his private one is in the private chat now.
Yeah, go to private chat. I just shot you my number, my personal phone number.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay. Got it. All right.
I didn't mind that last one in chat, Bonnie. He's in it. You and I get along all right.
And you've seen that. It was
Yeah.
7778, right? It was the last
Yep.
four.
Yep, I see it. Yep, I got it. I got it.
Yeah, and just shoot me a text first, because if I don't know the number, I can
Okay.
guarantee you I ain't answering the damn thing. I don't give a shit who you are.
Okay.
It could be a bill collector. I don't care. I ain't answering. Shoot me a text. If I don't know you, you get deleted.
Right. I got it.
Nothing before noon.
You know how you get
And where are you from?
Maryland.
Okay. That way I know when the number comes in, it's Bon Eric.
Right. Yeah.
know how you get around that, Eric? You included $1,000 Amazon card. He'll answer.
I'm answering. I don't know what the hell's this up to, but I don't like gimmicks. So
Okay, forget the card.
yeah, don't send me I pay for all my stuff, guys. I don't. My brother, he'll buy me a $25 steak and bring it to me. He's trying to be kind, but he will not leave before I give him the money. It will not happen. I pay my own way. No one will pay for me.
Mhm.
Period.
Speaking of which, the meter's running on the channel. Can you put another $5 in the meter there, Shane?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, good.
Yeah, just tell me where to insert the.
The quarters. You got to use quarters.
Oh, well, just tell me where to insert the quarters.
I don't know, Bonnie. Where is it? I don't know.
We gotta go.
It's a what?
The lady.
It's a we gotta
Right.
go.
It's a. Oh, hey, that's kind of like one of them cards they used to give us. If we got to go. That means we just screwed you. We're out of here. We gotta
Lord.
go. Well, you don't remember them? They'd tell you, hey, give us $250 and we'll give you $250 credit. And then they charge you $284 for starting your damn card. I'm thinking, I tried that once, I know. Y'all are a damn
Yep.
joke. It cost me $40 more than I even started with. Now, how the hell is that a benefit to me? Y'all are crooks. Yeah, they tried to sue me for 3 years, and they finally give up.
Mm,
Yeah, I don't play that friggin' game. I
right.
don't play.
Gentlemen, I think the lady's wilting. You better let her go.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I'm gonna let her go because I know she's getting tired. I appreciate.
Yeah,
A little bit.
Bonnie's apparently got somebody else she wants to go watch for a bit and get
Oh
off.
goodness.
But I appreciate y'all. Love y'all. Love you all. Y'all have a good one.
Love you,
Thank you,
Bonnie.
Bon Eric.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Black Watch.
Good night.
I'm still in the washroom waiting for Uncle Shane to come get me.
I'm not gonna come get somebody now. If you come here, I'll take care of you. But if you ain't coming here, you're on your own there, brother.
No, I'm used to it.
But come here, I'll take care of you.
Well, when the chocolate milk runs out, I'm gonna be there.
All right, we got lots of cows. We'll milk them.
You got chocolate cows?
No, we got cows that'll produce milk, and we can go buy some cocoa.
I don't want
Sir.
I don't want Nestle Square. I want the real thing from the dairy.
If they don't make real chocolate milk, I'm sorry, dude. There's no such thing.
I got 6 2-liter cartons in there. You're wrong. I got them in the fridge.
You got them in the fridge.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sure you do. But
I
that
know,
is-
Chuck. I'm trying to get rid of them, but they won't go. Do you see Chuck's comment?
Yeah, wow. Did y'all take Viagra 5 hours ago? Chuck, why ain't you up here?
Because I'm closing down.
Oh.
I
All right. Why do you keep threatening to close it down? Just shut the damn doors and turn it off. Well, I'll go, shit, I guess she's done.
We've been thrown out of better establishments than this, right on our feet. Flat in the concrete.
Good night, everybody. Thank you for coming by.
Good night, y'all.
God bless you all.
Good night, everyone.
Oh, you take care, Chuck. You be careful with that weather. You be praying.